Why is that camera so much wider? Oh, well, I can clean this up. There's no one's in here. Put that all there. My boy, chill. Chill, 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 chill. I wonder if there's a way to tell. Excellent. Answering dating questions, men and women. Somebody's gonna need to ask me a question. That's the fun part. I've never done a live stream. But if no one's in here, then I shall just keep writing. That seems fun. Let's see. Emotional control. Just disconnect the phone. Something going on in the background. Holy shit, that's loud. Ah! Reed! Oh my goodness. I wonder if there's a way to like pause this thing. Or do I just leave it on? Because it's hot as fuck in here. I'm gonna go get some water at some point. But I also might just talk to people while I have my shirt off and I'm typing up a book. So it seems like the most fun thing to possibly be doing right now. Other than just going outside and baking in the sun infinitely, which is also pretty nice. It's pretty good too. Take it off. Say please. I will. Jesus Christ. Makes me think I'm writing my books out of order. Because I'm doing one. It's going to be called Daddy. I haven't actually done any. Yeah, dude, it's way too hot. I need to take this off. Woo! There we go. That is much more comfortable. Now we can go back to actually working. Bambi, do you have a question? So I can just like start ranting while I'm typing. Because otherwise, I'm just going to sit here shirtless. And that's going to, I don't know, I can just close this stream. Just put it off in the corner. Just forget that it's even on. Which would be hilarious. Is this real live? Yes. It is absolutely a real live. The question is, can you understand what I'm saying? Because I know I posted recently, and I'm not sure what's going on with YouTube. So hopefully somebody can answer this for me. but like I've never had anyone from like another language pop into videos. And I was looking through some settings and things, and it seems like a lot of my videos are getting like auto dubbed into other languages automatically now, which has never happened before. So that's kind of interesting. Hopefully, the auto dub is not absolute ass cancer, where you can't understand what I'm saying, or they take it entirely out of context, or if it's like Spanish, it doesn't work the translation because everything's kind of reversed. I don't know how that works across all the languages. But to answer Bambi's question, why are guys so difficult? I would ask you first, is that the mindset that you have towards all men? Because the energy that you put out into the universe is exactly what you get back. I feel you though. I used to have that same sort of mindset. I was like, man, why are all these women so fucking crazy? Why are they so crazy? And then with that mindset, I would attract all the crazy women to me. Whereas if you're focused on why guys are so difficult all the time, you're probably going to attract men that are difficult. They're going to make your life suck. Instead of focusing on, like, hey, I really like men for X, Y, or Z reason. You could focus on the strength of men. You could focus on how stoic some of them are, wisdom, the love that they show towards society. Think of like blue collar jobs. Like some of these guys absolutely bust their ass to like build the world. So people like myself can sit online and, I'm sitting here fucking shirtless typing up a book. But that's only possible because there are guys out there that bust their ass to build homes and all that other stuff. So it's just a matter of perspective. You have to focus on the exact perspective that you want to see in your reality, and then you're going to see it more so, if that makes sense. Because everything in this universe is like a vibrational game going from like low up to high. So if you're focused on guys being difficult, you could, I guess, pull that back to anger. Possibly you could be angry towards men in your past. You could have past relationships in your history that you're like, damn, this happened. So the next guy is going to do the same thing. And so instead of being present in the moment and just being joyous and happy right now, you're looking towards the past or you're looking too much into the future. And that's really where suffering steps in. And that's why a lot of relationships are failing, is because of the hyperactivity of technology, mainly. Like there's just too much of it. And since there's so much, we'll shift the mindset. Thank you. Okay. Hopefully I answered the question. But I guess I'll because I haven't done one, I don't think, on actually like manifesting like a boyfriend other than just like stare at the guy. But genuinely speaking, like you just have to stay present in the moment and you have to keep reaffirming to yourself exactly what you want. I like using a journal. I don't have my journal up here with me right now, but like every day I speak into existence like gratitude and abundance for myself, my family, my friends, and having a bunch of relationships pop up into my existence so I get to see. And I'm not currently like dating, but I have plenty of females around me all the time, and it's pretty fun. Although I haven't stepped back into the game as far as like sexually going after that stuff, because like I was saying before, you have some of those things from the past, and it's good to just deal with the traumas from the past, and then you learn from them, and then it changes your mindset, your perspective, and then you deal with everything better into the future instead of dragging your old identity, old self into a new relationship hoping that that fixes it. Should add me to the Rolodex. Well, that depends, Bambi. Do you live in Illinois? Okay. I am going to start typing a little bit. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Go to channel. How does this work? Oh. Kansas. So you're just like a baddie redhead in the middle of nowhere? That's what I assume about Kansas. I think I've driven through Kansas and it was pretty sparse, which is also great because I think down the road I'm going to kind of remove myself from being around so many people because it's much more peaceful. Not to mention Chicago is a concrete jungle. Like I don't feel good when I go to the city. It's very heavy. Like the energy is heavy as fuck in the city because there's so much negativity going on there. There's so many people that are outsourcing all their thoughts to things outside of themselves. They're always in a rush. They're either like complaining or there's something in the future, and you can't really control other people. So you have to kind of like control yourself and your own reality. So yeah, Kansas sounds like a nice vacation spot, to be honest. But Chicago has awesome food. We have, I would argue that we have the best food in the entire country. Saving to move out to a bigger city and make a better life for myself. What do you want to do with your life, Bambi? You're like the only one in here, so I'm just going to talk to you. This should be fun. But if you're like a social person, like a hyper, I'm a medical assistant, like a nurse. Yep. Medical assistant. I'm guessing that I work for a primary care doctor. Okay. Yeah. So that's probably better in a big old city, something like that. I will say it's like super stressful though. Working when you have like a ton of clients, I'd imagine if you get to like a suburbs town, it's much better. Like maybe not directly in the city, but around the city, because then it's like more lackadaisical. Whereas I have some friends that they used to work, they were nurses in the city, and they're like, oh my God, it's just like there's people left, right, and center constantly coming in, coming out, and you just see like all these humans just all the time. And I'm like, oh my God, that sounds awful to me. I'd rather just like relax, bro. I just want to relax. Like, leave me alone. I come yell your name in the lobby. Lamau. And yeah, well, it's going to be big some days. Have you worked in the ER? Oh, you're saying that you yell the name, but you don't have to like actually check necessarily on the clients or not clients, patients. I still got that old accounting brain. Ugh, pain. Where everything was just like a number on a screen to me. It's painful. It's awful. have to get away from that. I like humans a hell of a lot more. They're more fun. But I actually left medicine when I was in my freshman year of college. I started bio-pre-med, and then we went to a cadaver lab because there's a hospital really close to the school, and there's this chick, this middle-aged woman that was showing us like the internal organs, and completely straight-faced, kind of like cracking jokes, and everyone else is super interested, and I was just smelling the formaldehyde smell as she's like, she has these fucking intestines in her hands, and I'm like, yo, is anybody else seeing this? Chat, is anyone seeing this? And I just throw up. in the garbage bin, and it was really hard to show my face in that department again. So I had to shift out. I shifted like a shapeshifter over into accounting, which is it was easy because it's literally just addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Let me read what you said. Yeah, I do intake for patients. Your height, weight, vitals make you smile before. Yeah, see, your job is like the most important job. Because like brain power, I guess, is one thing, but like the superpower that women have is like their emotions and helping sick people. And I don't know, I should probably just talk about that for right now. But like disease is not something that just happens randomly. There are no coincidences in this game that we're playing. So disease is simply dis-ease of your energetic complex because we're just energetic beings. And so, for example, why a lot of people get cancer, if you look at the astrological sign for cancer, it's a crab. It's symbolism for crabs being bottom feeders on the ocean. And then if you go back into religions, you could look at somebody like Jesus. He walked on water. So like being underwater, you've always kind of had that symbolism in our lives of like, oh yeah, I'm underwater right now. And that means you're kind of struggling with problems. And that's what actually brings disease, is constantly being anxious, constantly being fearful. And so that's why I think the most important role in the entirety of the medical community are the nurses and what you do, where it's like you're making patients smile, because that actually helps them more than any medication can. Because medication is not the best. It's kind of like a band-aid, but eventually you have to rip the band-aid off. You can't take something forever. I understand it for like if you get a virus, but for the most part, people should be able to not get viruses or not get sick if they wouldn't focus so much on all the negativity in their life. But we focus so heavily on bullshit that's why we get sick, especially in the winter months. Like we don't get colds because it's cold outside. We get colds because there's less sunlight, and so people are depressed. They get more anxious, more fearful, and you're spending more time inside in darkness. It's easy to ruminate on like negativity and those old cycles, and so it breeds disease within the body. But who knows? I'm probably just insane. Who knows? And also, I gotta say, you say that you opted to work for sick people. Same, but like different sick people. Like when I used to do taxes, some of those people were just like sick up here in a way. Like I love regular people that like they need assistance or something, and then there's the complete different class of human, I'd say, because I did a lot of taxes for the elites, and you know, like when you're talking to somebody that has billions of dollars, the way they view life is entirely different. And they almost view every single move that they make as like a chess move. It's not like humans are a part of their existence. They kind of just, what was the worst type of clients you saw? Hmm. Could tell you about there was a drug dealer that I had. He was a very, I'm not going to name the company or anything like that. So I should be fine. But I did get in trouble um, when I was working on their tax return because it, it was like 7 years I had to go back and amend tax returns for them. It was this guy, he came over from Lithuania, Russia, that area. His dad was like one of the largest trucking sort of moguls in all of Russia. And so they were smuggling guns, like lots of fucking guns throughout all of Europe. And then the son got caught, and instead of going to prison, the dad was able to like bail him out. Something happened, and he came over here. And then the dad gave him a nice loan of $500 million. Hey, what's up, Daniel? And then with this $500 million, he goes out and he buys a fleet of like 1,000 trucks. Like it's a lot. Like he had a huge company out of nowhere. So he came over here and then from like 0 to 100 real quick. But he had no idea how US tax law worked. So he didn't keep track of any of his expenses. Like this is one of those like you're like there's it's one thing to be born with like a silver spoon in your mouth, but it's entirely different to just have so much money that you don't even like understand cost or expenses. And so he was like the most fun client I ever had, but also the scariest to work with because when I would go and see him, he would like pour shots at like 7 in the fucking morning. I'm like, bro, what? I'm here to do your books. You haven't taken any depreciation for 7 years since you've been here. Which, by the way, if you buy something like a truck or a car and you have a business and you use the vehicle for the business, you can depreciate it typically over like 7 years for a truck, 5 years if it's a trailer in the back, or if you have like a regular car, I think that's usually 5 years. So it's whatever the value of the car is. Let's say it's like $60,000 and you use it entirely for business use purposes, you would be able to write off $12,000 of that because that's 1/5. So every year, and then that writes off against your income. So you don't have to pay so much in taxes, which is why the elites a lot of the time don't pay any taxes, is because they have so many assets constantly depreciating that then knock out the income that they make. So anytime they have income, they buy more assets, then they depreciate the assets or just create more expenses from them, all while building their total worth. But back to why this guy was a nightmare is because uh, I think I was like accidentally, I don't know, helping somebody that was trying to smuggle drugs in this country and drugs and guns, because a lot of regular freight loads, when you place them, will be like 5,000 to maybe $8,000 depending on where it's going. Whereas some of this guy's loads, what he was paying the drivers, like his personal drivers, was like 50 grand. Like it was, I was like, what is on these trucks? And I really hope there's not like even worse things than just drugs and guns. But this guy was claiming like hundreds of millions in income and didn't write off anything. So it was a fun project for me. I got to track down all 1,000 of his trucks. He had around 1,000 trucks, and then figure out when they were purchased, and then go back in time and take depreciation for all of them over the years. So I had to build these amortization schedules if he didn't fully outright buy the trucks. And amortization is for the interest payments, because if you don't fully own the asset, you can then take the part of the loan that you pay in interest and you can write that off as well against income. So I know this is like way too much accounting stuff right now, but I'm getting a little bit of a boner talking about it because I haven't touched anything accounting in years. And I always thought it was interesting. It's kind of easy in a way, but oh, and one of the funny parts, this guy, he had me writing off strip clubs as well. He would always go to strip clubs and he would ask, he's like, "Hey, can we write this off?" And I asked him, I was like, "All right, so meals and entertainment, you can write off 50% of. This is before the TCJA tax changes where they took away the entertainment portion. Now you can only take 50% of meals, but this is prior to that." So he wanted me to essentially look through these fucking receipts from strip clubs and figure out how much of it he could write off because he went from 0 to 100, kind of like when he came over here, just went from like 0 trucks to 1,000 trucks. Like he's one of those people, all or nothing. And so I told him you could take all these deductions against your income. And then he got really excited. He got super into it and he kept asking me more and more questions. And it just got, we went down the rabbit hole and I'd be getting shit faced talking to him at like 8 a.m. about different deductions he could take. And he was like, "All right, so I went to a strip club. We dropped like 10 grand. Can I deduct a lap dance?" I was like, "You're a fucking animal, but absolutely you can deduct a lap dance. Sure. Why not? I'll just say it was a meal." Right? What are they going to do? What is the IRS going to do? Because I'm the one that can characterize that expense because it's just a business name. But when like the IRS looks at you for expenses and stuff, they don't actually have the manpower to deeply look. So for the most part, as long as you categorize things and then you take only what you're supposed to take via the tax law codes, you can get away with fucking murder. Like literally murder. On those things, which was it was really fun. But the favorite one this is what got me in trouble was there was a truck that he wanted depreciated that had 0 miles on it, and he would just sit outside of his office, and it was the fuck truck. He literally took out the back of this bed. It was like one of those like Ford trucks with like a huge bed in the back, and he put like a roof over it and then like a mattress inside, and he would have all these like Ukrainian and like Russian models working for him, and he would just go out there and sleep with them. And he was asking me, he was like, "Yo, can I deduct this?" And what got me in trouble, because I was a dumbass, I didn't look at the odometer of this thing when I started claiming it, because I asked, "Okay, how many years have you had it?" And I started taking depreciation, and then that's what the auditor pulled. Because this person, when you go back and you amend a bunch of tax returns, that's like a big red flag to the IRS. Like, hey, maybe we should look at this because they're saying that we owe them back millions of dollars. And they did. I got this guy back around like $60 million over 7 years. But that's like a red flag because that's the government having to pay you back, which means they're going to print money to give it back to you, which is fun. I should do that for you and me. You send me spicy DMs on Instagram. I don't know how that works I'm trying not to be banned on YouTube because I'm a naughty boy every now and then. But most of my videos are honestly pretty PG. I'm pretty well behaved despite some of my opinions on things. But I try and stay away from the mainstream. Hot thievery. Yeah. That's why I don't do taxes anymore. I was like Robin Hood when I did do them. Because there's some people that I worked with in the past that are kind of on the other end of the spectrum where they want to like constrict people and control people. And I've always wanted to set people free. and so therefore, like, taxes theft. We shouldn't even have income tax. I believe it was 1913 when they implemented income tax for the first time, and it was to pay for World War I. Like, we needed more money to support the war effort because we were like militarizing up because we were going to go over there and fight as well. And then ever since then, we've kind of kept income tax because we've been in a constant state of war, like, all the time. And that's why what's going on, like Iran, Israel, like, yeah, it's all planned. And whether you're left or you're right side, it doesn't matter. Two wings, same bird. Two sides, same coin. The coin, the bird, is the problem. It's the elites. They've created this game essentially where people, you take your vote. Like George Carlin said, like, if voting really mattered, then they wouldn't allow you to do it. I'm gonna also get to the. I do believe churches should pay taxes, but just churches in general. I always thought that was weird. They don't pay any property tax at all either. And so, like, I knew growing up, my parents, they always complained because we grew up in an area with a lot of churches, and there was a lot of like good schools around there, which increase the property values and the property tax you have to pay because you have to support the schools. But if a lot of the land in that community is taken up by churches not paying taxes, but the churches and the presence of the churches increase the property values, property taxes can get absolutely out of control. And it's such a joke. I'm like, yes, you should pay taxes. It's essentially a business. Yas King, ugh, marry me and own me. That's pretty much what I've been waiting for a girl to say, is like, come up to me, call me daddy, and then I'll just be like, hey, it's very easy. This is incredibly easy. Life. It's really not complicated. Just kind of work, do whatever you're good at doing, your unique gift, and then you just find somebody else that their soul expression, it's like love in general is an opportunity, not an obligation. So many people go into relationships immediately looking to the other side to make them happy because they enter it in from a state of being unfulfilled in the first place. And so it's like immediately it's an obligation. It's like, oh, I have to take her out to dinner. Oh, I have to go meet her parents. Oh, I have to do this X, Y, and Z. And it's just ridiculous. Whereas the best way to live life is like, hey, I love making dinner. So I would love to make dinner for two, because that's different than making dinner for, well, I make dinner for two either way. Because, my dog is he's a little sleut. And anytime I make steak and eggs, I give him a bunch of it. Dang, did you manifest me? Possibly. Probably. I think anyone that finds my channel in general is manifested, because the whole purpose of all the videos that I make is for kind of like, I want to wake people up, but also make them comfortable with their own skin, their own sexuality, kind of break them free from the bullshit of the world, where if you get away from your phone for a while, you realize just how simple things are. But the second you have your phone on you, you're like, oh man, like all these people are texting me all the time. I have to be validated by things outside of myself. And it really confuses just the simplicity of life. So like I think like almost all of the content I try and make is either related to spirituality or going through the different religions and psychology, just on choosing like different higher cycles. So it's very possible, because I also journal it every single morning. I'm like, I only have the people that want to be here. I show up for them only. I don't want to force my way into a feed like a lot of the YouTube stuff and social media. It's kind of like the negative content. You almost feel worse when you look at it. If it's very negative, it makes you anxious, a little fearful. Well, thank you, Bambi. I try. I just really, what's really strange is I'm like a hyper nerd, and it's been difficult to figure out where I sort of belong. I think that's what led me to like the lifestyle I have now, is because the corporate world and being around other structures where they want you to bend the knee have always made me incredibly uncomfortable. Like my last job, for example, there were high level conversations where they would want you to like cut people's bonuses essentially. Like they want you to set budgets well for things, but not so well that everyone is able to actually perform optimally and get their bonuses. Because the less you pay out in bonuses, then the more retained earnings the company has. And it makes the stock price go up, and the board members are happy, and then the investors are happy. So it's like you'd almost, at a certain level of management, have to sacrifice people below you in order to rise up the ranks further. And that's when I left working there. I was a naughty boy. I pulled a Robin Hood to save people's bonuses by moving money around in ways that you probably shouldn't be doing. But I have always disagreed with like cutting people's bonuses for doing their job, especially in it was home construction. I think that's just like fucked, because like what are we doing here? There's like the suits, and I was like a suit type. I was an office type. I don't actually build the homes, but then we got lost in translation, like why we're even able to do that. Like we're in the office talking about finances and K10s, Q10s, like the quarterly reports, the financial statements, only because of the work that was done out in the field by the guys. So why would you want to remove the bonus from somebody that's actually building the homes that then turns the profit for the corporation in the first place? It just seems kind of like ass backwards. I don't know, but that's how it's always been in the world. The big guy shits on the little guy. Isn't that fun? But it doesn't need to be like that forever, I guess. I feel it's changing right now. We're gonna get to the future is going to be a very, very spicy future for sure. Very spicy, because a lot of the truth is going to start coming out on all this stuff. Like, especially on, I think, like the military and defense spending, and a lot of, the wasteful garbage that we do, where it's like, can we just back it up for a second and realize like aliens don't talk to us because we are all brown bears that are killing each other. Like if I was an alien looking down at Earth, from our perspective down here, we're like, oh yeah, there are black people, there are white people, there are Middle Eastern people, there are Asian people. They're all different. We're all racist, right? We're all different. But to an alien, they're like, no, you're not. You're all the same species, actually. Have you not figured that out yet? You just have a different it's like a slider of melanin that controls everything. And then otherwise, what are we doing? Like over religion, over borders. So I do see a future coming, and I'm not sure who the leader of that's going to be, because it has to be like a millennial sort of leader where they can come to terms and be like, hey, all the old leadership is absolutely batshit crazy. We have a bunch of 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds that hate each other running everything, instead of like young people that want to create solutions, create abundance, make sure we get, eradicate disease, eradicate poverty, eradicate homelessness, instead of buying bombs and bullets. Like, it's why I haven't gone into politics, is because it's such a shit show. The amount of like lobbying money and the trust funds that have been around for hundreds of years that control everything through the shadows, it's a fucking joke. We're just getting robbed blind as citizens, which is hilarious, to be honest. Because it's like I see people crashing out daily. They're like, "Oh my god, do you see what Trump said? Do you see what Biden said?" And I was like, "Yo, it's fucking political theater. Ugh. They're taking you for a ride, right? They want to get people obsessed and upset with whatever the other side is saying, and then behind closed doors, they shake their hands and they're like, "Wow, that was really good. Like we sold it this time." And it keeps perpetuating the same game. I think eventually the goal here, Bambi, is I would love to grow the channel to the point where I'm almost like one of those like millions and millions of subscribers, but I need a lot of people to like share the content, I guess, and like push it out. And then I cut up shorts and stuff and throw it on other apps, but get to the point where I have enough actual sway that then I could run myself. And I'd be like that president's like, no, I don't need a salary. I'm literally here to fix it. And we're going to do fireside chats like FDR did every single night, talking about the soul, spirituality, psychology, biology, chemistry, quantum mechanics, physics. Pretty much, I'm going to like biohack the entire fucking earth. That would be my goal if I was in charge. And no fighting. Fighting is not fucking allowed. I'm like, yo, we got better shit to do than fight. Like, what are we doing here? Why would we be killing each other? We could just be like, I don't know, flirting with baddies. Am I crazy? Did I miss something here? I think all the issues on the main stage is just because there's a lot of sexual repressed men or overly sexually repressed men that are in charge that just like, I don't know, man. They're like closeted with their sexual urges. And usually if you like bury those down long enough, that's when people like really start acting out because their sacral chakras just completely fucked, which is your second chakra. It's above the root chakra. And so when that one's out of alignment, that's when you have people really crashing out in public. But when you kind of master it and control it, that's where your creativity and like fluidity in life come out from, is that chakra point. But that's also, that would be something that I would talk to people about. I'd be like, hey, let's learn about chakra points. And they'd be like, oh man, this is so nice. There's no negativity on the news. I'm like, yeah, dude, it doesn't have to be that way. We don't have to do it. We can just like enjoy. We can have fun. So yeah. Isn't that why are you so right? Isn't that so crazy? Because someone can't nut how they want. Wild. Isn't that weird? Like I've always thought this was weird. And I'll be honest, I'm on live camera. Like I used to beat my meat like a fucking butcher. I think it was, can't remember. I think it was a Lonely Island song or something. But there's that point in your life where it's like you're almost too scared to talk to the opposite sex. So instead you run off into things like porn. But then the more of that you watch, you notice as like your kinks get more and more extreme. And it goes from like you're able to get enjoyment out of page 1 to now it's like page 55. And then I genuinely believe a lot of the issues in society is like such a deep cultivated perversion that it almost turns into like not masochism but sadism, where you get pleasure out of other people's pain because it's like you're almost so repressed, like you don't get any pleasure out of anything anymore, so you need more and more dopamine every single time to feel that pleasure. And that's probably what leads to a lot of these wars and stuff, is because there's like these elites probably jerking off in some dark room somewhere, like, oh yeah, human suffering, baby. I fucking love it. That's, at least that's what I like to imagine, is like just a very, very few small group of people run everything through the shadows, and they're just like sadistic, where other humans suffering, like the peasants, like us, um, yeah, they really thrive off of it. But yeah, I think we should like set sexuality free in a way. I know like women have kind of been fucked for forever on that one, especially with religions. A lot of the religions, they're not very open to, women's rights. And then the Bible's been misinterpreted a billion fucking times. They're like, oh yeah, well, women are just supposed to listen to their man and keep their head clothed. And no, we're all equal. So let's just start there. And then when you start there and you have equal rights for everybody, I think that's when people stop getting so mad at the opposite sex, and they realize that we're very similar, but we also do have differences. Whereas right now, it sucks because we're trying to, as a society, force women to be men, and then men are kind of like becoming very soft because of the amount of like porn and junk food and all this other dopamine and the Netflix and stuff. And it's just a terrible situation. You have like an army of weak men, and then women aren't happy either because they don't have any like giga chads to just blow their backs out, which is what the women really need, is just, and they need some good dick. And stop legislating people's bodies. Facts. How do you feel about like, I don't like the whole like nipples out in public though and stuff. Like to a degree, I think everyone should like be able to wear whatever they want, absolutely. But with like young children and stuff, I always thought that was weird, because it's like a middle ground of like, all right, where do we draw the line with like human decency, where it's like we're not shitting in public, we actually like, we're not like making out and having sex in public, like where does that line get drawn? But as far as like, yeah, legislating people's bodies, yeah, I agree. Society should be built so people can like freely love one another and not experience a fuck ton of consequences, if they do something that, they're Lamau, no public nudity, no. Okay, absolutely agree. I think that is crazy when I see it, which is, I mean, honestly, when I go to the gym, it's almost like public nudity daily. I'm like, what are these girls wearing? Like, they got like G strings for bikinis these days. I remember, like, when I was a little kid, they didn't have as many, they were so small. Now it's like everything's like a micro bikini, and it's almost like see through. I read that before you retracted it. I wonder, did you retract it, or was that the YouTubes? Mm-mm-mm. I think, I wonder if that'd be good for humanity to see. I've thought about that, like having female guests on and bringing back the podcast, because I haven't done that with Eric, my buddy. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the older stuff I did, but when we talk together, because a lot of times it's easier for me to talk and like get thoughts out of me when somebody else is like actually asking me questions. And I've thought about that, like, all right, what if I had like a female on, and we didn't make out or anything on camera, but we're talking, and so I'm just gonna flirt naturally because that's my personality. It's impossible. You can't look dumb, Bambi. There's no such thing as dumb. I also, maybe I should do a video tomorrow. I think this will be the video for today because I've been on this for like 50 minutes. But I don't know what's going on with my AC. It is like 110 degrees downstairs. Like I'm actually going insane. Like with this heat. It's like in a good way, but also I'm like, I want to work and like do stuff, but holy shit, it is so hot. And I want to be outside, but then I'm outside for a couple minutes and I'm like dying. And then I have to come inside and it's still hot. I'm like, oh my God, dude. Ugh. Pain. But yeah, those talks were like awesome. And I've thought about that too in the future. I wonder if Eric's going to want to come back on because I know with his job and what he does, he's very high firepower in negotiations and sales. So he has to meet with a lot of clients. And his worry was when we were doing it like before. Thank you. That some of the comments we would get were wild. I mean, they were insane. Go into the back and hose yourself off. I could go hop in the shower and then just like, that's the thing. I'm still coming to terms with like my own sexuality. I'm fine being in front of the camera, relatively like shirtless or having my feet out. Cause I think that was the big thing that turned Eric off originally was there's like dudes jerking off to us while we're like, we're having a serious conversation about intermittent fasting and health and like all this nerdy shit. Cause it's like that's how Eric and I are. We're both high firepower, but in different regards. And I'm kind of out there and insane and crazy, and he's very grounded. And so we'd be having that conversation, but then you look at the comments, and it was just like, nice fucking toes. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why? I still get those emails too, which is insane. I had somebody email me this morning. They're like, how much for your socks? I was like, they're not for sale. They're not for sale. You will not have these socks. Absolutely not. I also like how there's been a flux of viewers this entire time, and you're the only one. We're just having like a back and forth conversation. It's like I'll talk about any topic, literally anything. If you ask me a detailed enough question, I'll be able to just whatever it is. I guess that's like my superpower is I'm a god tier level shit talker. I'm very gregarious. Pivot, make that extra dough. How would you feel if I had an OnlyFans? I've thought about it. I'm not going to post nudes, but I think modeling would be a lot of fun. And I think like embracing like peak male sexuality and masculinity is part of my purpose for being here is to like wake guys up to like, hey, I'm not fat shaming you. I'm not saying you're a loser. Nothing is wrong with you. You are perfect as you are. However, like, is that the best version of yourself? Shouldn't we be striving to always be improving, always be expanding? And also, let's be real. I've been fat before. I was 270 pounds in college. I'm here and Miss Kate. Or is it Miss Skate? What's your question? Yeah, I think that's that's probably something I should start doing just more so in the future is I think I missed a spot when I was shaving. It's just live streaming because it's fun. Okay, I'm Kate. Hi, Kate. Okay, how should I approach a guy at the gym? Should I? Absolutely. However, I'm going to need some more information here. Do you have eyes with this guy? Do you look at this guy? And also, like that's the main thing. You don't want to force something where it doesn't fit, but if your heart is telling you like, "Hey, I'm really into this guy," then you should probably just stare at him until he gets the message. I would do that. Because if you just go and start the conversation right away with the guy, it might come off as a little too masculine and he might get turned off. Because women should usually be the ones that get approached because you're going to be in your feminine nature, which is like what you are. You shouldn't be embodying that. But if you're attracted to a guy, I would say make eye contact and make it very apparent. Put yourself in an opportunity to succeed. So if he's doing like curls 10 feet in front of the mirror, right? Walk in front of him instead of walking behind him. And then just like glance at him in the mirror as you walk by. And then when you're walking back, do something else. But you don't have to like go out of your way to ask any guys out. I would just make it well known via your energy because they're going to feel that sort of the thought energy. If you're thinking about them a lot, if you have a lot of emotions that you attach to those thoughts, then it's going to physically manifest. What Okay, so F Muth Muthoko. Hi there. Not sure. How do you pronounce that last name? Mithoko? Mithoko. Hi there, bro. Or chick. Let me read these real quick. Okay, I'll be honest. I did something already. I walked up to him. I asked him about the exercise, and I kind of told him he looked good. Now we only say hi to each other. Maybe it's a no from him. Oof. And then Christine, I see yours. I'm gonna get back to you on that one. So like when you have the conversation, do you have like elongated conversations at all? Because if you've already like talked up to this guy and wait, so you asked him about the exercise and I kind of told him he looked good. Okay, so what does kinda mean? Because there's like, oh, you look like you really know how to work out. And then there's like, hey, I think you look really good. So if you did that and it's like still very short conversations where it's like we only say hi to each other, hmm, I would say that's probably a no, but I would go up to him and I would have a conversation. If you're already broken the ice, you can go and talk to this guy and then read his body language. So as far as body language signs go, if his feet are going like this and you're in front of him and he's sort of like surrounding you with his feet, that means he's open to the conversation. Watch his shoulders. His shoulders should be open. If he's making eye contact and he's smiling, it means he's like fucking with the conversation. The energy's good. And then as far as like sexual attraction goes, that's the difficult part because I guess I'll start segueing into Christine's question because soulmates, I believe there's soulmates that don't have to have like a sexual union with each other. Like genuinely as like I don't know, it's so shitty to say, but sometimes there's people that are just so amazing, but there's not that physical chemistry there, and that really is important. Like sex is a huge part of relationships. And so if you don't have that physical chemistry, but you have like the emotional and mental chemistry, then that's a great friend. But you want to be able to make sure that you have all three. And then the least important is the physical aspect. Like that's like the foot in the door. That starts the conversation. But as far as like soulmates go, I think everyone has multiple soulmates in a way. I think every single human being, like Christine, you have different light codes than I have. like you understand tarot, you read all the cards, you can intuitively download from the universe and share that information with people, which is beautiful. And not everyone has those. But then other people, depending on their light codes and what they like to spend all their present moments with, because we only have 24 hours in the day, right? And most of us, we still have to sleep. So you want to have somebody that works perfectly in unison, like divine union with you. So, for example, like Christine, I wouldn't be surprised if your perfect somebody is involved with the tarot space or divination space, or they do psychic readings, or they're a high level intuitive empath. Um, and I mean, good luck if they're an introverted intuitive empath, because I think that's kind of like what I would characterize myself as. Like they're nuts, but they're a lot of fun. And it's great for somebody like you, where it's like your soul is always looking for more and you're tapped into the other side. So I know that was like word word fucking salad, right? But yeah, I do think with it there are soulmates. Like I had a buddy that I was talking to about that, and he said when you stop looking outside of yourself, that's when God just kind of like pops one perfectly into your life. Is when you stop going and you stop lusting essentially. Because I know that was one of the big issues I used to have, and it leads to you being much more unattractive, like super unattractive, especially when guys do this. And the ladies in the chat, you will confirm this, right? Where it's like you can pick up on a guy that's creepy, where it's like he watches porn too much, his brain is overly sexualized, and he's focusing too much on like the body of the female. He's checking chicks out all the time. It's very unattractive. Whereas the most attractive guys are the ones that are very focused in on whatever their passion or their purpose is for being here, because they have the understanding of like, hey, at the end of the day, like, yeah, if somebody comes into my life that is a benefit to my life and then we can experience this together, that's beautiful. But otherwise, I got shit to do. And so I see it, that is like a main issue in society nowadays. I woke up very early on, I'd say, to how gross hookup culture is, because Tinder dropped 1 week into me being in college, and it turned into a cesspool real quick. Nobody could actually have a conversation face to face anymore, because everyone's eyes were like glued to like the tits or the ass, like the over sexualization and then the validation culture, especially on like Instagram, Facebook. Facebook, not as much, but especially like Instagram nowadays, where it's like the likes and people kind of have their like clout celebrity online persona that is who they are, but it's not really who they are. It's weird, weird fucking world we live in. Sometimes I think it'd be so much easier. Imagine being Abraham Lincoln and you're born in the middle of Illinois. I think he was born in Illinois. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. I know he came from here. And you're just like in a log cabin, chilling with your family, and you maybe see like a couple other people like a month. Maybe. Like you probably know like a max of like 100 people in your town. If and that's like a large town back in the day. Like if you go out and you get in your car right now and you just drive down the road, you're gonna pass like 1,000 people, depending where you live. For me, I would pass probably 1,000, 2,000 people, bunch of cars. That's crazy. That's fucking insane. We live with so much. We're so overstimulated that it like kills our actual creativity and our brain power for life. All right, let's see what did Kate say. That's some filthy game there, Kate. That from what I see, he knows what he's doing. And you hit him with the winky face in real life, didn't you? You gave him the little. Yes. No, I love that. I love that. That's how women should approach in the gym. Like, I think I've said it before in videos, and I try and like not sound like a complete pig, you know. But I think women can pick up on my vibe pretty easily. Where it's like, guys want to teach you. Like, we love being protectors and providers. So like, if you ask us questions and you're genuinely interested in whatever we're doing, that's like the most attractive thing to us. So good job on that. Like, looking at his exercise and then saying like, oh, can you teach me this one, or show me how to do this? And then he kind of hits himself down, self-deprecation. Maybe he was using humor, and then you picked him back up, which is what you should do to be like the most attractive to him. But now we just smile at each other and say hi. Maybe he has a wife, and that's why he doesn't even want to ask me out one time just to test it. But I'm glad I did something. It does feel better that you talked to him, like, for sure. But I don't know. That seems weird. Like, most of the guys I know that are married, they still wear their band in the gym, because it's not like a diamond ring for the ladies. Like, I understand why women take their ring off a lot of time and they're lifting weights. Like, you don't want to damage the fucking diamond. You don't want to damage the ring. But like, a lot of those gold bands or silver bands or whatever they're made out of these days, yeah, he should probably be wearing one. But I would say that the fact that he's still smiling at you and you say hi to him, he's probably very shy. Does he talk to other people, like other guys in the gym? Like, this may just be like a weird introvert. Like, you might have to ask this guy out. Like, I'll be honest, I'm difficult. Like, I require women to basically put themselves in my direct vicinity and stare at me, because I don't chase. I'm like, no, like, I'm not gonna do the work, because my workouts in general, I'm doing like 100 pull-ups and then like 100 of like lateral raises. I just superset everything. So I'm like dying in there every time I'm working out. And I'm like, I don't have the time to be focusing on my workout, breathing this hard, looking like a hot swamp rat, and you expect me to come hit on you looking like this? That's wild. I have morals sometimes. Yeah, I'd say next time you see him, just like after you say hi, come up with whatever you're going to do that day. Like, let's say you're doing legs, you should say hi. So, like, make eye contact, walk up. He's going to be looking at you. You're looking at him. Say hi. And then immediately after, ask him, be like, hey, I saw this workout online. You can lie. It doesn't fucking matter. But if it's the truth, it works a little bit easier. It doesn't come off in your energy. But just ask him, be like, hey, I saw this exercise online. Can you show me how to do it? And then just like look up some type of leg exercise, upper body exercise, and then immediately ask him, like, hey, can you teach me this? And then as he's teaching you, that is perfect time, because he's getting to do the teaching part, that you can kind of like start asking him more questions and flirting with him, and then just the playful banter back and forth. And that should be a very good indicator. Like, if he's not flirting at all, I don't know. Unless you want that type of guy. I mean, I used to be like that a little bit, where when I was like just straight accounting, oh my God, dude. I had like no personality. I was like the king of the NPCs. It was wild. But that was like when I was not feeling myself. Now I've my juju back. So I'm always almost flirtatious. So try and figure out if he's flirting with you. You can usually feel the energy, and then keep the conversation going from there, and then ask him after that, like, hey, do you want to grab a drink sometime? Or I don't know what type of gym you go to. You could ask them if they have like a smoothie bar or something. Like, hey, do you want to go grab a smoothie with me after we're done working out? Or hot tub, sauna, same sort of thing. Try and continue the conversation and then just get it out of the gym, which will kind of in his brain be like, oh, this conversation just went from up here in the gym where we're just working out and she's asking me questions to now we're somewhere else. So if we're somewhere else, that means I probably have feelings for this girl. And you can kind of psyop him into a relationship if you really want to. Or just aggressively bully him. That usually turns men on too. You always look good. Stop that. Love your juju. I'm a joker. It's why I changed the name of the channel to Joker. It felt so weird just having like your name. I think it's kind of like disingenuous a lot of the times. I don't even think like you're a real person. I don't know if Christine is still here, but like, what's your opinion on like killing the ego off? Because from my perspective, it's like the deeper you go, and by the way, guys, I do mushroom trips all the time. Maybe I'll do a video on sort of what I've done in the past. But like as you do a lot of the in the chat, please make yourself known. Don't be shy. I don't bite unless you want me to. Grr. I have a special move they call the tickler. Jesus, Tony. The ego can't die, and the more you try to kill it, the stronger it gets. I agree that you can't kill it. I think the highest that we can all strive towards in life is to figure out the depth of that ego. I kind of see the ego as like the bottom of the ocean, but you have to go deeper in order to go higher. And then the beauty is like when you meet the two perfectly together, and then that's like when the soul really expands and grows. Because I know for myself, I was like, well, I want to like help people, and that's out of the ego, but I know that my narcissistic nature is very much based in like vanity, looks. I want to be better than everyone to a sense. Like if anyone in here knows anime, like the Lion Sin of Pride, Escanor, I'm like the human version of that fucking guy. Where it's just like my self-confidence is so ridiculous that it's not even toxic anymore. It's just who I am when you integrate it in. But you need to do that. You can't go through life with no ego. I think completely killing the ego is impossible. And usually if you try to all the way, you're going to end up offing yourself because we're like, you wouldn't have any desires. Like your ego controls your desires, which is what you strive towards in life. And what the point is, you're supposed to just be, right? Like right now, I'm just being. We're all just being here. But to truly decide for yourself and pick in the hours of the day what you're going to spending your time doing while you're being, you still need that ego involved. Let's see what he said. I 100%. Can I like love your comment? How do I do this? Chat, get the camera. He's learning. I'm gonna read it out loud though. Ego is really just the character we use to interact with the 3D, and our soul is when our complete awareness is when we are complete awareness, no judgment. Absolutely. Yo, what's up, my boy? Come here. I'm gonna grab this little dude real quick. Come here. Yeah. Come here, buddy. Yes. Oh, you are so cute. It's kind of tragic how hot it is right now because I texted the groomer for my dog and she's booked out till like July 8th. And I'm like, oh, poor guy. I go on like hour-long walks in the morning with him. He's not having it. Middle of the day, he'll step outside and just like pee real quick. And then he's immediately like his tongue is out. He's just panting. Come here. Hopefully I don't get banned. I just showed your peeper online, Ajax. Yeah, that's okay though. It's just a little baby doggo peeper. Yes, ego. Yeah, but yeah, I completely agree. Like our egos, kind of that's how we interact with each other in this 3D world. It gives us desires. It gives us things to strive for. But the highest state of awareness is fully integrating that in, and then just being that highest ego that also is in service. Because I think all of our souls, like we do our soul's work first, where we expand ourselves, we learn the most lessons and kind of download as many of the light codes that we need to experience that full soul expansion and progression. And then we start doing like God's work, which is like Christine, like kind of like what we're both doing, where we're just trying to like wake more people up to how beautiful life is. And like, hey, you got a dream, go chase it. If it's yours, it's not something woo fantasy. Like it's in that quantum realm. Like the second you see something in your imagination, it's a memory from your future self beckoning back to you to remember where you're going. That's really, what are you trying to do, my guy? You're just, yeah. Yeah, you just want to be internet famous. um, okay, so I want to ask you first. I like to think that we can change our. Okay, I gotta put you down, bro. You are gonna crash out up here. You're acting up, my boy. Um, I like to think that we can change or alter our ego through law of assumption type techniques. I would agree. I listened to there's this really good affirmation channel that I like called High Frequency Guru, and she does a lot of work with law of assumption, and that's helped me a lot, and especially like with changing identity and kind of shifting into different like modalities of life, like being more outgoing. If you listen to certain affirmations and assumptions, like yes, people are always attracted to me. Yes, I'm always surrounded with conversations. New opportunities just find their way to me. If you listen to those enough, I think you could shift your reality. But to like shift an ego or alter an ego is really, it's strange. I feel like my ego, it's progressed over time, it's evolved over time, but some of like the things that I used to enjoy the most in my past, I still have those same traits, but they're just integrated into my personality now, and I keep growing and keep changing. And it's sort of like the river of life. But I don't know if you can like get out of the river that God assigned you and say, nah, fuck this shit, and go to a different river and be like, this is my ego now. I'm going to take this path, and how that would function with the ego that you currently have. Because I think that's where a lot of people get like highly depressed and they end up killing themselves, is the way society's built, where it's just like, hey, go get a job, go do X, Y, and Z, go get money that will supply you happiness. And then you figure out that it doesn't, because it doesn't actually service the soul's progression of the ego. It's not stepping into like the natural blueprint that you were given from birth. Um, so I don't know. That's an interesting one. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. Probably gonna go to the gym in a bit. I'll just sit out by the pool. Also, Christine, as far as the yoga goes, I am still teaching myself like the different words. Like I go to the yoga class like usually 2 to 3 times a week, and I'm really good at yoga. Like if I have somebody leading me, but I'm not sure I would be able to like piece it together myself quite yet. And I don't know like all the positions, like their names. I know chaturanga. I know that. I know downward dog. I know up dog. I know some of the different positions, but to be able to actually routine it and do like all the sun A's, the sun B's, I just don't want to do something where it's like not perfect. But then again, I keep seeing this pop up over and over again. It's that people fall in love with your imperfections and that there's no such thing as actual perfection. And I've even said that before. Like one of my favorite songs is Motionless in White. It's called Masterpiece. I believe is the name of the song. I can check it right now. But it's talking about like how beautiful all the imperfections of your life are. And that's really like where this story is all that. Tony, I've learned how to do remote viewing. Do you believe in love at first sight? I do. I do believe in love at first sight. It's kind of what I meant. I'm grouping ego in with the changed reality. Um, Christine, do you have Audacity for guided meditations? I think like you can easily do the because I've made a couple of them and then I just like kind of stopped doing them because like I don't know the way my brain works. Like I like listening to other people's affirmation videos and stuff because like they're so talented at doing it, but making them myself, I'm like I'd rather just like I'm writing a book right now for intermittent fasting and identity shifting. I'm going to call it shapeshifter. And like that's what I would rather do. But if you have like the desire already in and you want to make guided meditations, absolutely make them. And then just download Audacity for the background music tracks because you can put in the let me see real quick. I'm going to open it up. Because I was fucking with this thing for a while. And yeah, so in Audacity, you can generate tones and then it comes up and they have the sine wave and you can select the frequency. And so usually what I would do, just overthinking the speaking part rather than the actual production of it. Oh, you're talking like guided meditations as in like your voice would be the guide, not like under the radar sort of thing where it's like a subliminal. I feel you on that. You have a nice voice though. So like just be yourself. Like it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Like just I mean that's probably the point of this entire live stream is like I'm going full tard for an hour and 30 minutes shirtless talking about fuck all. Who even knows? And that's the point. Like that like this entire game, everything it seems like it's changing where people are just kind of like, yeah, dude, I just want to be myself and I'll attract the people into my life that fuck with my energy. And then I shouldn't be worried about their thoughts or their opinions because they fuck with my energy. They like me. They like the fact that the guided meditation has my voice with it and I love what I'm doing. So therefore the energy in the meditation itself is good. You have the background music, it's chirping, whatever it is. And what was I saying? Yeah, like you'll just attract like your tribe. I think that's because I sometimes do. That's the biggest change for like when I started like growing more in subscriber count was because like my earlier videos, I like was really uncomfortable. It didn't fit with my identity at all. And then I was constantly thinking like, oh my God, nobody's going to watch this. Nobody's going to like it. Nobody's going to understand it. And I would keep ruminating on the negativity instead of just visualizing the win before I even did anything. And even with this, I haven't done a live stream before. And then I was just like, fuck it, dude. Just like, fuck it. Who cares? If nobody shows up, cool. But I think I've, 77 views, 7 concurrent viewers. That's honestly better than like most of the videos that I'll post, which is kind of annoying to be honest. Oh my God, you should definitely do an ASMR video. Is that like the tapping? I've thought about that. That'd be funny. I need to get one of those nicer mics, but I could just have a mic and then I could just talk dirty to you, which that'd be funny. Or put you to bed. I could probably put you to sleep as well. I could tell you like a nighttime story. Just read something from my bookshelf, I guess. I've been focusing on TikTok lately just because there's more engagement with tarot, but I think I want to do YouTube and do guided meditation subliminals. A whispering guided meditation. I actually like those. I wonder, I've thought about it for myself too, because I love meditating, but Tony flirt in the chat. But yeah, I think you should get back on YouTube for sure. I don't know because I post on TikTok, but most of it's shorts, and I have another application that I post from to put the cut up videos, and then it just like auto posts the shorts to TikTok. Otherwise, like I don't go on there too much. I probably should. TikTok's hilarious. Like some of the videos, like my brother's like 3 years older than me and just sends me like the most egregious videos ever. I'm just like, where the fuck do you find this shit? And yeah, that's the best part. My brother is a 33-year-old man child. Incredible. Jesus Christ. I just opened up my TikTok. People are wild in here. I was a naughty boy a while ago. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Dracula Flow, but I took the Dracula Flow videos and I cut them up into shorts. It's just some old guy off some Percocets rapping some crazy shit, like wild bars. They make absolutely no sense. Mad disrespectful, mad misogynistic. It's incredible. It's awesome. I think everybody needs more of that. Everyone needs to be offended a little bit in life. Otherwise, things get a little, boring. So fun that way. All right, let me read these real quick. You'll get put into the algorithm. Yeah, but Bambi, what ASMR? Like just me whispering? I guess I could whisper affirmations. I'm just trying to think how that would work for like the brain. But like I could probably do a video where I just have like 20 affirmations and then I like whisper them into I thought for a second that was a different Bambi, but you just changed your profile picture. I'm gonna see which one I like more. I hate to say it, but I do love TikTok because it's so unserious. Anytime I get a hate comment, I laugh because, like, how do people take a TikTok tarot reading? No, I fucking feel you. Some people get like butt hurt. There's this one tarot guy I really love as well. His name's like Dove and Serpent Tarot. But like sometimes in the comments, people get mad at him for the readings. And I'm like, yo, he's an energy worker. He's just reading the fucking energy. If the shoe fits and the fitting of the shoe upsets you, that's a good thing. Right? But yeah, people, I don't know. That's why I just ignore people like negative comments and shit. Or I just laugh at them because I'm like, all right, it's usually projection. People get so like upset sometimes. But I do love how unserious TikTok is. Like I remember when they had like the missiles and stuff going, and there's like Katy Perry songs playing, and I was like, we are the most unserious generation ever. We're just so over it. But like, yeah, people outsource way too much of their emotional well-being to what other people say, and it's actually insane. I'm like, you don't have to do that. Like, it's okay. Like, we're all just playing this game together. It's a wonderful time. It's a lot of fun. I wish I brought that other book up here. Hey, Christine, I got a question for you. Do you think it would be a good, I guess Bambi as well. My buddy asked me about some of the different laws of the universe. And so I started going through them and I have a book on it, like the 12 immutable laws. I was like, should I just read like on camera? Like, would people watch that type of stuff? Like, if it's just me sitting in a chair, fuck it. I'll be shirtless. I don't even care at this point. You guys can have women just wilding out. I just care that people start listening to some of the laws of the universe, and we all collectively kind of wake up and choose different cycles. The fuck is going on outside? But I think that would be a lot of fun. What do you know about grid work? I've been thinking it as another energy healing modality. I don't know anything about grid work. Like I got none of the codes in relation to like Reiki, energy healing, tarot reading, which I've never tried tarot, but like divination and stuff based on like cards. and like grid work, like the node lines and astrology, like cosmology. I understand some of the different signs. I see the symbolism in things and I got those codes, but as far as like understanding energy work, not not so well. Like that's kind of always been a little different. But when I'm in a one-on-one conversation with somebody, like I can see their aura and I'm like a mirror, like a human mirror. Like whatever their emotional state is, I can feel it and then I can reflect back to them exactly what they need to hear in order to get over whatever they're currently going through and sort of help them that way. So I don't know. I think I just answered one of my other questions. I should probably restart the online coaching because I used to do that, but TMI. I'm going to tell you guys real quick why I stopped doing that. But I had a gentleman that was doing some of that while I was on the call with him, and I was like, "Oh, nice." I was like, "That's fucking crazy, bro. That's insane." I want to read your chart now, Lamau. What information do you need to read somebody's chart? Because I've done the gene keys before, which everyone in the chat, go look up your free profile for gene keys. All you have to do is like enter in your name, date of birth, and like the time you're born and the locality of it. And it gives you like all this information. And it's so accurate. But the one thing that's stressing me out is like my love life reading portion. And I'm just like, I'm kind of over it. Because I was hoping he was going to say, like, yes, you're going to find your soulmate and you're going to have a bunch of kids, which I want like 20 fucking kids because I'm an animal like that. And I really like kids. But then it was like, no, you're going to be like in a loving relationship with everybody. I was like, what? You say what? That's a lot of work. That's a whole. That's. I was like, I can lovingly crack jokes with everybody, but I don't know if I can collectively clap all the cheeks. That's diabolical work. I mean, if God gives me the juice for it, sure, but like, fuck. Birthday, birth time, birthplace. I got you. So I'm gonna put in. I can't believe I'm giving you so much information. 833 DuPage County. So I was born December 13th. Share a birthday with Taylor Swift, which is why, you know what's really strange is sometimes when I'm filming videos, I almost like zone out and like I'll feel energy or I'll like almost astral project and I'll see wherever she's at. It's fucking weird. Like I don't like it. Yeah, 8:33 a.m. Yeah, right? The celestial bodies have determined that you are destined for polygamy. Like, God fucking damn it. Who's the Mormon guy? Mormon Church founder. Is that Joseph Smith? I want to say. Yeah, I've always thought, Bambi, you have to come visit. That's how this works. But you got to just message me on Instagram or follow me on Instagram. I'd be down to grab some like Mexican food. I'm always down to grab food. Or I should do cooking videos, but I need somebody to hold the camera because I'm a really good cook, but I get stressed out with the fucking camera and then I get out of alignment because I'm like, I just want to cook, but I don't like, I want to teach the younger men how to cook because it's very important. I think everyone should have the fullness of masculinity,
as well as their feminine nature, like have both. Before you bring the divine feminine in, you should have both those energies locked down in yourself. So it's like I would love it to do stuff like that to show guys like, yes, here, I'm just gonna like cook for you and probably do the same thing. I'm just gonna probably end up shirtless on every video from now on. Just because like fuck it. I know some of the comments are gonna be hilarious. Or they're gonna be very like hateful, which is good because that energy kind of is like the pressure cooker that wakes you up. Because especially with all the solar activity, Christine, you have a lot of that those codes, right? God, I feel like I'm getting pregnant right now. Jesus. Sorry, can you repeat the like the celestial codes? So there's this other channel that I really like, Stefan Burns, that talks about like the geomagnetic. Um, oh my god, what's the word for it? Like the polarity of the planet and how we're getting blasted by solar flares constantly. So there's a lot of like plasma entering in to our orbit and hitting like Mother Earth, and it's increasing the vibration of the actual planet itself. So Earth's vibe has been like lower for such a long time, and now we're getting hit with so much energy that it's like going like this, and that's why you see out in like the main world there's like these wars popping up. People are just acting out, people are crashing out. It's because of all that increased energy as it raises the Earth's natural energy levels. You either are going to have to deal with those lower states of being that we've kind of all given ourselves to at certain points in our life. You know, I love second chances, but a lot of people, they struggle with, they're down here all the time in fear, they're anxious, they're in doubt, anger. And so as the energy keeps increasing, everyone's going to have to either A, choose a different cycle, a more leveling cycle, or they're going to crash out and act out, which is kind of what's going on the main stage with like the wars and like all the crazy stuff, protests and everything. Because on a large scale, and I'm not saying like we shouldn't have protests, I'm saying that that is a sign of a population across pretty much most of the world that's looking at the way that things have been structured, how we've been controlled, how we've been subjugated by very few, and saying like, you know what, that's fucked up, you shouldn't be doing that. And even I know like I have some buddies that they're more conservative, right leaning, and they're like, oh yeah, but if you came into the country like illegally, I know I'm getting way off topic. They're like, then you should be able to get kicked out. But I was like, it's one thing to like say that, but also the way that we're going about doing it is so fucked. Like it's so inhumane. And I think that's really the main point. Is it's like, yeah, sure, we can have laws, but the way that we're doing this to human beings is absolutely insane. Like the world that we're living right now is a fucking clown show. Yeah, America is also going through its Pluto return, so that's interesting. Yeah, I wish I think there's one girl at the gym I'm kind of friends with that she's into like the solar astrology and stuff, but not as much like the solar flares. I'm not sure. It's just like every time she asks like different questions, like when was I born, blah blah blah, and then she's like, "Oh, your moon rising is in Sagittarius," and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, I'm getting a migraine. I'm- I don't have any idea what the fuck you're saying right now. I was like, am I dumb? But no, I just don't have those codes. It is cool though that we all have like different light codes. I like them. Bambi's got, I know she's got the healer codes. She makes people laugh that are sick, which is like a superpower. I have a friend at the gym. She's in her 50s and she's a nurse and she's been doing hospice care her entire life. That takes a special individual, a really special individual. To be surrounded by death all the time and still be positive is wild, crazy. Like that, I wouldn't be able to do it. How old are you actually? I'm 30. For a decade, I'm still not sure. Ah, that's exactly how I feel about it. I've heard people say like you can study astrology your entire life and still not fucking understand it. That's kind of like meditation or anything really. My poison of choice is like quantum mechanics. I fuck so heavy with that stuff. And I really enjoy it. Especially I haven't started the book yet, but A Course in Miracles. I've kind of like pieced through parts of it, and I have another one on quantum touch, and I'm going to try and figure out how to actually do miracles using energy work, and that will be really cool. Because then, if I can learn, then I can teach, and then you can have a bunch of nurses and doctors start using energy work to heal people of disease, or we can just stop having fear and doubt, and we'll never get sick. Who knows? What's up, Mickey? I think I answered Miss Kate. Lamau. Wait, Bambi, you're 26? Nice. My best friend is a hospice nurse. He always says, where there is death, there's life and growth. I completely agree. I agree. Death is just a door to the next part of the journey. It's kind of like one of my favorite songs growing up, which is weird. Like once you kind of like become aware or awakened, I hate saying that term. Like, oh my God, I'm awake. I'm not awake yet. Like not all the way. I'm aware of more, but I'm not ascended master yet, which is that's where I'm going eventually. Is where I can phase in and out of this dimension, hopefully. And I'm a wizard. That'll be fun. Yeah, like there's so much like after death in the first place. I kind of see the game that we're playing here as just like our spiritual bodies are outside of this and our awareness is in this body, but otherwise most everything is like 99.99999 empty space. Like we're just kind of an awareness, a spiritual awareness that is given the ability while we're alive on this plane of existence to experience itself. So we're all just God wearing a mask. And life is going to get way danker and way cooler when we all sort of wake up to that and we stop with all the lunacy and the bullshit and the violence. And we're like, oh, wait, we're all the same person. And oh, wait, we all deal with the same problems. And oh, we can talk to each other. We can use our words. Oh my God. Yeah, life is going to be very cool. I want to get into astral projecting, but I think I'm intimidated by the amount of focus it takes. I don't know. Astral projecting is kind of like weird because partially I can't tell. I think I'm astral projecting because I've been able to see people and go places, but then I don't have anyone that's like a close enough friend where they can like confirm things for me, like that they're sitting in a certain spot. I think that would be cool, and that's why I haven't messed with it more. But I fuck heavy with like imagination work, where I've had, for example, there was a glass, and what I'll do is a little experiment where I leave a glass on the downstairs. I have a wooden table next to like the whiteboard when I film the videos, and I'll put the glass there, and then I'll clean off all the other countertops. And then I go upstairs and I go into like a meditative, like imagination space, and I see the same moment. So I back myself out from my body. So I'm viewing myself, and then I walk downstairs, and then I see that cup on a different table. And I've been able to have that cup when I exit that space be on a different table, which is kind of glitching the fucking matrix a little bit. That's a little weird to be able to do that. So it is, I don't know. This is a weird realm that we live in here. I'm pretty sure we live within a firmament. Like if you backed yourself out, it would look like Earth might be flat and we're like in a snow globe. Like there's a reason that we have the Truman Show. There's a reason that there's all these conspiracy theories about flat Earths. There's a reason that they say like the Tartarian Empire used to be here. There's a mud flood. Like how much of fucking history do we actually know, and where do we actually come from? Because I do believe to a degree like the Eden story, but I think it's far different. It wasn't like we started Earth here, and then from Eden, just a couple people, we just magically 8 billion. No, seems like we were wiped out, and then somebody spliced our DNA on purpose. And whether that is like a benevolent, probably not, but the like Anunnaki, like higher ancient alien sort of civilization that never left, but they're still here, and then they just rule things through the shadows. That checks out more so. And then the actual creator of this realm being like the demiurge or the demiurgos, that also checks out. But then everything like good and bad is all within the same umbrella that is God, the universe, where it's like everything outside of existence and everything within existence is run by God. And then people, they're like, oh yeah, but the devil fights against God. I was like, what? What? No, no. The devil is handshake with God. The devil is only in existence and is God. Like everything at the highest level forms back in like a giant pyramid to one point. Singularity. It's all at the highest level of everything. It's non-duality. Preston A. I'm gonna get to you on that one. I do some special things. I want to get into that's crazy. I've been learning about ETs lately. Confirmed that 66% of my soul is Arcturian, which I resonate with. How do you figure that out? Because I think somebody told me they're like you're either an Earth soul, and I'm pretty sure I'm a wanderer. Like I've been here before because I've had like visions and things of my ascendancy, whatever the fuck you want to call that, where you kind of like go the Buddha path, the Jesus path, the Krishna path. I've seen that. So I think I've been here before and I've gotten out of the game. And now it's that time period where we're entering in the messianic age. I think that's what it will be called, where we have like not one Messiah, stupid words, but like a lot of people that are like fully awake, and then we're gonna have like visionaries that kind of like lead us into a way cooler sort of like, hey, training wheels are off, but we don't have to suffer anymore, but you can endlessly create and co-create. I really hope that we're getting that, like a 5D Earth where consciousness at the thought level, if attached with enough emotion, can create physical manifestations like that, and there's no lag time in manifesting. That would be fucking cool, man. That'd be cool. Lyrans, Syrians, and Pleiadians. When you say ETs, do you fuck at all with like the I don't want to say like they're all dark, but the like the grays of the Orions? Because I'm pretty sure the Orion group is the one that is in control of the Earth, like the bad guys. Because all the pyramids, and there's pyramids on every continent, a lot of them are in groups of three. And then I think I was watching Library of the Untold, and he did a breakdown about how the spacing in between the pyramids is such that it lines up perfectly to the astrological constellation, the Orion's belt. And so they're all the pyramids were like quantum cosmic power plants where they absorb this cosmic energy. And then I don't know how that worked back then, but it seems like they'd be able to use it for some type of purpose. Hopefully, we get all that information back and they release all the Nikola Tesla files and everything because he knew all those codes. He knew it. He knew all of it for infinite cosmic energy. We're all our own messiahs. That's the new earth I'm creating. I feel you on that. Yeah. I had a woman at the gym tell me this beautiful acronym for fear, which is false evidence appearing real. And that's going back to like thinking that this is kind of like the Truman Show. Everything's just kind of like scripted. And, it is what it is. But I don't believe in any of the fear programming. I think that's all designed to keep us stuck. And we get exactly what our focus is on. I'm trying to remember. I think it was what was the allegory of the cave? I can't remember if it was Plato or Socrates. But they have like a bunch of people underground and there's light streaming in against the wall. And they've never been outside this cave. And so all they see is the picture on the wall. And then if you choose to like turn around and go in the dark for a little bit, you can find the tunnel out. And then you see like everything. Like that's kind of like the symbolism for like waking up, I guess, is like you see what really is. And I think once we get enough of the fear programming out of the way and we have enough people in the collective waking up, then things are going to really start snowballing. And we're going to have a lot. Like everyone's going to basically be a messiah. We're going to have people like straight up healing each other, flying. It's going to be wild. It's going to be very cool. Bambi, don't hurt Preston. Oh, but going back real quick, Preston, I do affirmations every morning. And also for my skin, I started doing this years ago where I tell myself I'm timeless while high-fiving myself in the mirror. So like I'll have a list of affirmations and then I also journal that I don't age. I am immortal, which we all are immortal. We have eternal life. Like our souls carry on. Our bodies will eventually die, but age really kind of is a mental construct that we put on ourselves. Because think about every time you have a birthday, you're like, oh, I'm 1 year older. And then you have your other friends that are around you that still believe in the construct of aging. And they're like, oh, well, you can't do that anymore. You're too old for that. Or you can't, like my buddy, when he had a accident when he was snowboarding. And it happened a couple weeks after he had turned, I want to say 33. And somebody mentioned to him, like, hey, you're getting too old for that. You're going to get hurt. And he was like, yeah, probably. And like, that's when it happened. So it's kind of funny how that works. It's like if you agree with the programming other people put on you as far as like age goes, and you're like, oh, yeah, like I'm 30, so I should look like a 30-year-old, then you're probably going to start aging a lot quicker. But if you tell yourself that you're forever 18 and you don't age and your skin is timeless and perfect, I make the rules here. That's the fun part of this game. We make the rules. I'm not sure, but if it provokes fear, and that's on Bashar. Yes. So I've heard of Bashar. I'm not sure the vibe I get from Bashar. I kind of get a sense like he's a neutral, higher dimensional entity. Is he sixth or like seventh dimension? I'm not sure where he's from. But I've heard him. I've seen a couple channels. There's another guy that does Metatron. And then there's Daniel Scranton. He does the Arcturian Council. But I don't give too much credence to a lot of the channelings sometimes because it seems a little like weird that they can just turn on a camera and then immediately like just go into a channeled message. And it's not like groundbreaking, crazy information. And I'm like, if you're really, bringing something down here from like a 9th or 10th or 11th dimension realm, it should be much crazier. But I do agree with Bashar because that guy, he'll keep his eyes closed and he straight up rips for hours. But I'm not sure what team he's playing on. I think he's kind of playing it safe because he's like, I assist both sides, but I'm just here to like wake people up collectively, which I fair to that. Fair to that. He says his people are from a completely different reality, which not sure what that means, but I like his messages. That's kind of how it feels with him. So it's kind of strange. I'm gonna see real quick. Can I see all the people in here? Can I see their names? No? That's weird. I know we got Bambi. I know we got Christine. I'm assuming we got Preston. And we got Mickey. I'm not sure if Miss Kate's still here. I like how this started as like a maybe going to be on here for like 20 minutes, just testing this out, dating stream, to 2 hours. Maybe I should just live stream every single day instead, and then just not be such a fucking yapper so I can actually finish writing my book because holy shit, dude. But I don't want to concentrate half the time. It's just more fun to be like a professional retard. Live together sometime. I've been typing with nails and now I'm ready for the Olympics. The Olympics? For typing? Oh yeah, you are like bulleting these off. I've always been impressed when women with nails can like type like crazy. I'm like, yo, what? What are we doing here? But yeah, we should do that sometime. I'm not sure how to do live stream with multiple people, but I'm sure while I got this going, I can see if there's an option in here to invite. That would be so cool if I could invite you in and then you're streaming with your channel and I have this. We could get like a lot of people. That'd be so much fun. And then it would be a complete shit show. It would degenerate so quickly into absolute madness. But that would be cool. Do like a live tarot reading, or if you could do my reading, that'd be cool. Like do divination on me. Incredible. Like a live Zoom call. Wow. Oh, that's true. I guess, yeah. The live on YouTube just picks up whatever the camera's doing. Yeah, we can figure that out. A live Zoom call. I wish I got more of the technology codes. I got almost none of them. I'm like such a fucking boomer when it comes to this stuff. All right. Bye. See you, Christine. Should FaceTime me later? Possibly. Did you message me? I'm gonna check right now, Bambi. I swear to God, I'm gonna beat you. Actually, hey, YouTube, hey, don't ban me. I don't beat women unless they ask me respectfully. And I will. I don't see a message on here. Love the energy. Interesting. All right. I'm going to be back in like a couple minutes. I need to go get some water and take a piss. Oh, man, that was fucked. Ah! Yeah, dude. Oh. What is your Snap? I actually don't have a Snapchat. I got rid of it years ago. It was like the booty call app. I just have the only things I have now are Instagram, which I don't really use. I just post there because I use Opus AI. Jack Farber.
What's your Instagram name? Bambi. Because if I type in Bambi, it's not going to come up.
I'm guessing, is your name Jacqueline?
Don't tell me it. I'm going to find you without knowing. You don't have Insta. No. I don't know. I could install Snapchat, but you're not going to send me naughty pictures, are you? I don't need any on my phone. I'm a godly man now. Oh no, I'm not. Not at all. Jack. This is so much better. I had some lady the other day. I ran in randomly. I was walking my dogs, and she's a young Chinese woman, and she asked me. She's like, "Do you have a WhatsApp?" And I was like, "Nope. Get away from me. That is like the king of all scammer apps. Get that shit away from me. I'm not gonna download that to my phone. Good lord. WhatsApp. It's like the Temu version of Instagram. Like if there was a way to give your phone AIDS, it would be WhatsApp. So yeah. J. Christine. All right. Well, I have your Snapchat name. Cool. Jack Farber. I love how. Who else is in here? I will find you. I know there's a way that I can see the names of people that are watching. But I'm just really bad at technology. Me too. Excellent quality. And Mickey's here. Trying to think if I've seen Mickey. Love you, bro. I'm trying to think if I've seen you before, or if maybe you're new. I don't know. YouTube's weird. Sometimes it's very strange. I think I have like 2,700 subs, something around there. And sometimes I'll only get like 20 views on a video, which is insane. Like, how does that even work? Am I getting shadow banned? That's okay.
Nice. Pretty new. I do watch a good amount of your videos. Awesome. Yeah, dude, if you ever have questions relating to the video, just like shoot me anything. I'm pretty good about like reading and answering every single question I get as far as things, and you can go like crazy. I'll go out there. As far out there as you'll go, I'm out there too. So whatever the question are you straight, gay, sexual orientation? What's like the main thing that you're interested in? Because I put the name of this stream like dating, but are you in a relationship? There's no judgment here, by the way. I like all the players that play all the positions. I just don't have a filter anymore. Oh, that's so cute. My boyfriend, Tennessee. Bro, you should move to Tennessee. I'm guessing you love going out in Nashville with him. Dude, I fucking love Nashville. That is like the most fun town. The live music there is insane. I think it was oh, you'll have to remind me. What was the 3-story one? Blake Shelton's place? Okay, Knoxville. I think I've been to Knoxville as well. They're more of a dry rub barbecue, or maybe I'm thinking Memphis, Tennessee. I don't know. There's a lot of like history in Tennessee. Like it's an awesome state. It's college town where UT is. Okay. Trying to think I've been there before. I've been to Memphis, been to Nashville a few times. I did the Smokies. Knoxville. Watch it and you'd get a lot of exposure that way. I'm gonna look into doing some ASMR stuff. I think that would be fun. But I'm gonna go and answer Shenron. How did you figure out the meaning of your life? Well, I guess I can go over like a little. I'm doing well, Tim. I'm doing really well. So I had a long path to get to where I currently am, but I always sort of had a chip on my shoulder from the time I was a young kid. My upbringing was one in which my parents were very loving and supportive, but also always made me strive for more. And so, like at a young age, I remember I had to take the ACT like 3 times, and the first score I got in the ACT was a 34, and that was still not good enough. I was that kid whose mom would, ask me what question I got wrong when I'd get like a 99% on a test. So there was always a chip on my shoulder, and I wanted to just make a lot of money. I thought that would prove myself to her. And so I I got multiple degrees, accounting, economics, finance. And then I started working in taxes, and then I switched to logistics, and then I did home construction. And the entire time I was kind of lost in the sauce and I wasn't happy. I've always kind of had ruminating thoughts, voices in the head, like a lot of people sort of do. And I thought there was a finish line. I always just kind of pictured that one day I'd wake up, and if I was making 200K per year, working for whatever company, that would be enough. And when I got to that point, I realized that it was not enough. And I actually was the worst off I've ever been in my entire life, because I would have to kind of give up some of my moral standpoints in order to fulfill the role that I was given at that company. And so I knew at that point I had to shift and figure out, why am I here? And I started asking those questions to myself. And really, like, I kind of woke up to doing this and the idea of, hey, make content online, when I did a month straight where I ate one meal every 3 days. So I did 3-day fasts with one meal, and usually it was just high protein eggs, and then a fuck ton of watermelon. and I was meditating a lot each day. And when I say meditation, I was doing the guided meditations at that time. So there was the voice to it. It was like the Joe Dispenza ones. And that's kind of when it like hit me and my eyes opened like, hey, you've always been interested in the study of the mind, the brain, quantum mechanics, physics, everything that's going on sort of in the world. You're good with history, you're good with sociology, understanding human beings, psychology. Like, you're an accountant, but you read Carl Jung for fun. You think maybe your interest might in be sharing some of that psychology and how to live a better life with people instead of just being a number monkey for the rest of your life and killing yourself eventually because money doesn't provide happiness. So that's kind of the wake up call I got, was when I finally kind of sat in the stillness, which I think everyone has to do. I did a video on it, The Dark Night of the Soul, when you have to go into the wilderness and it kind of seems like everything is collapsing around you, and it puts you in a pressure cooker because you have all this negative energy from the world saying like, hey, you're not good enough. It doesn't validate you enough. Um, and you don't know what you're really here for. And so you finally just have to like zone out to everything and just sit in the silence. And I was grounding and spending a lot of time in nature. And that's when I started getting visuals come into my head, in my imagination, is when I finally stopped spending time in the past or worrying about the future. And I was present in the moment. And I seriously, I had like that come to Jesus moment, because I was atheist first when I was like a little kid, and then I switched to agnostic. So I was like, oh no, there's no God. This is all random. And then I was like, nah, there definitely is a God, but I don't think it is the Christian God or the Muslim God or whatever these other religions are. And now I'm not exactly sure. I just call it spiritual. But definitely out of all the major religions, I'd say I resonate the most with Gnostic Christianity, and combined with Buddhism. I think those two, to me, kind of paint the best picture of life as it should be. And then some of like the other teachings and things I like Egyptian Hermeticism. That's pretty nice. Some Hinduism. And then I kind of see like Islam and Christianity as just different interpretations of the same story and an extension of original Judaism. But the New Testament has, the entire thing is, it's just symbolism, um, to teach you how like to create your own reality and kind of set you free. Hopefully that answers your question. I mean, I kind of went through like a lot there, but I really had to spend time with myself and figure out like what do you want to do? What actually interests you? And that's the beautiful thing, is like the blueprint for what will bring you the most success in life is whatever you want to spend the most amount of time doing, which is crazy, right? Because we're always taught like, no, go get some degree, it doesn't matter what degree, go work for some company, it doesn't matter what company, just look at the price tag that they attach to it, look at the benefits, that's what matters. Doesn't matter. If you wake up every day and you want to be a painter, I guarantee that if you just zone in all of your time on painting or music or whatever the talent is, there is a massive group of individuals that want that from you, that resonate highly with whatever your specific gift is. And time also is not linear. So it's not like you have to do X amount of work and then you get money sort of thing. That's not how life actually works. It's more of a quantum realm in which you identify in the present moment as the finish line and then move from there. And then things start to collapse in your reality much quicker to put you back into that highest timeline, highest alignment, if that makes sense. Like, I don't write just to write. Like, if I'm in a bad mood, I will not write. But if I'm in a high level of alignment, that is when I will write, because it's not me writing anymore. It's the guy upstairs writing, if that makes sense. Like, I don't have to do anything. Like, the work is already done. It's the same thing that they say, like, in all the good books. They're like, when you access the kingdom of God, like the storehouse of abundance kind of opens up and you get a lot of that information sort of given to you. And I know everyone in the chat right now can resonate with that. Is there are certain things that you have, certain unique gifts you have that other people don't necessarily have pre-downloaded, but you're just naturally gifted at. And that's the sauce. That's what you're supposed to do. And then just the difficult part is getting to the phase where you're comfortable enough stepping in to whatever that is and turning it into a career. Yo, what's up, Tim? What's your question? Yo, I feel you, Shenron. I'm guessing you got like the Matrix job sort of thing where you fucking hate it. You absolutely or you feel obligated. I don't know if you're younger. Like when I was in school, the rough thing is I almost offed myself multiple times in college because I felt like I was such a bad person because I knew I was like wasting, I guess, my time there. I was wasting like a lot of money chasing something that I knew deep in my soul it wasn't going to bring me any long standing happiness. But I didn't know what else to do. What do you want to do? That's the real question. And hopefully your answer is not magically win the lottery and end up on a beach somewhere in Costa Rica. Because if you do, hit me up. We'll go together. We can just surf and eat really fresh fruit and good food and just chill out in the sun. Would love that. Hey, yo, chat, wake up. Ugh. Jesus. But Shenron, if you know what it is that you're interested in doing, let's say it's a certain job, a certain role, I don't know, maybe it's working at a certain company, you can shift yourself into it much easier by focusing in the present moment on it and using some visualization techniques. So one of the best ones I like is talking to your mom, which it's easy for me to visualize my mom, and I've memorized like her voice and tonality. So if I want something to show up for me in my present reality in a future present moment, I will go into a state of imagination where I am having a conversation with my mom in my imagination, and she's congratulating me for something that I want, as if it's already happened. So if you, for example, I love the baking analogy, but if you want to have a job as a baker, then you would pick the place that you would want to go and have the job at, or the certain degree, or whatever you need, the certification. And then you see yourself in the imagination talking to somebody that is smiling, that you have their voice memorized, and they are telling you, like, oh my God, like, congratulations. Like, I can't believe you finally did it. Like, that's awesome. Like, you made X amount of money. You got the degree. You got the job, all that stuff. Do you believe in reincarnation or soul jumping? Bambi, you're going to make me open up a can of worms that I haven't done a video on, but I guess I could do it. Because the fun part is we're 2.5 hours into a stream. So people are going to have to really dig in here to see that. But yes, I reincarnation for sure. And then soul jumping. Are you talking like if somebody were to pass away in one physical body, they can move their consciousness into another body? That type of soul jumping, which I do believe you can do. It's in the Necronomicon that depending on there's power in names. And when people, what's up, Louise and Nathan? Dude, I love Brazil. Salve pro Brazil. I love you guys. You guys are hilarious. I'm a big League of Legends guy, so I like watching Latin America sometimes. EU amo. I think amos kiss. But I'm gonna get back on topic with soul jumping. So if you want to like really go down the rabbit hole right now, there's a book from I think it's around the year 1900. So 19th century, 18th century, whatever you call that. And it's about the last president, and they kind of reference like Trump and Baron Trump. And then if you go deeper on it, coming from the Torah, they have gematria, which is breaking down people's names, and you get certain numbers. If you enter in Donald Trump's name and then you look at the gematria of it, it lines up perfectly. The numerical value, Jesus. The numerical value of his name is the same as Baron's. So I kind of see it as something like if you watch The Simpsons, what if he were to something bad happens to him and he jumps his soul into his kid's body because it's the first I think it's his first son or something like that. And they have the exact same soul number because of the names, like the powers of the letters and the words from gematria, all that. So I could see something where there is some type of black magic involved. However, I will say this, and I don't think I've said this online before either. I had an experience already with black magic. I bought a grimoire. Do not ever fuck with black magic. You don't understand it. There is no understanding it, and you will not like the consequences. I had some interesting times. It was not a lot of fun. Usu de Argelia. I wish I spoke better Spanish because it's not translating for me on here. I am from, oh, there we go. Shenron's from Algeria. Qual su país? I'm learning. Let's fucking go. Okay, so let's get going on reincarnation. This one's going to be very spicy. So, as taught in, I guess, the Bible, most religions, they teach you about paradise, right? And most people assume that if you just believe in something like Jesus Christ, God, then you get to the next stage, you get to the next heaven. But I would ask you firstly the question, if you haven't dealt with the difficulties and chosen higher cycles while you're here, your soul hasn't done the work necessary to elevate itself to that next realm, because up there isn't a physical body. When you talk to most people about like, oh, what would you do in heaven, they're like, oh, well, I would have a mansion, I would have Lamborghinis, I would have endless amounts of bitches. Like it's wild work what people envision heaven to be, and it's all of the seven deadly sins. I was like, okay, so you're going to take the seven deadly sins into heaven? Fuck no, that's not how this works. So we reincarnate until we wake up to the fact that we in of ourselves are eternal. We have eternal life, and that's when you don't die and your consciousness gets to carry on and you get to experience the other realms of existence. And you'll get bored at some point. What are you talking about, bored? Oh yeah, in heaven? Yeah, no. That's the thing. Like, I don't agree with that. Like, if you were really God, like if you could zoom yourself out from like this ant consciousness that we have as humans and really think about it, like you would get bored so fast. People can't understand eternity. Eternity is fucking wild. So I like the idea that there's parallel universes, there's a multiverse, and we've seen this in movies. So it's got to come from somewhere. Like Star Wars is a thing, Lord of the Rings is a thing, giants are things, elves are things, orcs are things. All these amazing things that we see on the big screen have some meaning of existence, because if you have enough thought go towards something, it manifests. Whether it's in a movie or not, that could be somebody's heaven. So at the higher levels of thought, when we lose our human body and we're kind of merging back into God self, which is non-duality, there's no separation, which is created via the physical form, you're going to have an existence in which we become gods ourselves and we get to create our own realities. And that's where a lot of those movies come from, is people's higher selves, because time doesn't exist, are creating those thought forms, those energies in higher realms, and then they get to talk back to us now. And so people channel through those forms. So, like a Stan Lee, for example, most of these superhero stuff, I'm guessing in his highest self, in another dimension, a higher version of himself outside of time and space, was experiencing that universe. And then he was able to tap into that higher self and pull those ideas back here to create it in the physical. I don't know. But as far as like reincarnation, I genuinely believe like we have to wake up in order to get out. And the only way out is through, which is going back to Shenron, your point of you're confused between what you want to do and feel obliged to do. Doing what you feel obliged to do is the system. That's the matrix of the 3D that will keep you trapped. It's kind of like the same thing as a lot of the religions where they say, oh, you have to tithe to man and tithe to this. And they even idolize, they created Jesus as an idol. So it's going against the 10 Commandments. We shouldn't have any idols outside of just God himself. And that's an aside. But we need to focus on whatever like our God self would do, which is the self that we can access when we spend more time in nature and more time in meditation and in stillness and less time with these fucking phones. These things are what is causing so many people so much distress because we're constantly worried. We're checking notifications, we're checking emails, and the second you're doing that, you're taking your consciousness, you're taking your focus off of your present existence in the moment and putting it elsewhere. And that's what we need to avoid doing. And that's when we can finally like step in to that highest version of ourselves, experience the full proliferation of the soul within a lifetime. And then you're at the point where you see everyone as an extension of yourself. Like I am you, you are me, we are all each other, just pushed out. So if somebody's upset with you, don't take it personally. It's just that you are experiencing a version of yourself that you don't necessarily like. Like if you get angry at somebody, it's because you could see yourself doing what they're doing and you don't like that part of you. And so it causes you to kind of like separate yourself from them and put them down or put them in a bad category because you're like, oh no, I could never do that. Right. So like there's a certain degree of like compassion and unconditional love that we have to hit before we get out of the reincarnated cycle. If that makes sense. Which would be very cool. I want to experience the higher planes with this consciousness still and go and co-create things just all the time with other people. I think that would be awesome. Like you can slow your vibration down back to a physical form, but that physical form, like you could create your own planet, you could create whatever story time sort of storyline you want, any experience you want. And so therefore it would be like a amazing co-creation with other souls at a higher level, and that is all God experiencing himself. Because you have to imagine, if you're the universe, if you're a God consciousness, even if this is just a giant light matrix, you'd want to experience yourself. It would get fucking lonely. So the thought has to do the thinking, and the thought thinking is what creates everything that we have in this existence. Because otherwise, it would just be non-existence. But physical form is what created time and space. Because the second you have separation between two things, now if you were to move between them, it takes some unit of measurement, and that's time. But in the higher realms, time does not exist, which is why you can tap into your future self anytime you want. But you have to go into the stillness to do that. That's how I'm able to like get so much information about things. It's not because I've read a bunch of books. I've read books to gain awareness. And then once I hit that awareness level, then you start to realize like, oh shit, oh fuck. If I ask, I will receive. And you can start to go into different dimensions and different realms and talk with your higher self, and you get your daily bread. I think it was yesterday, I did a video on it. Or maybe it was the day before, but I broke down like the Our Father prayer and what it's talking about. And that's the only one that Jesus was like, yo, say this, do this. And it's kind of talking to the Father, which is to us like the higher self. And that's how we get our daily bread. And the daily bread is like the things in our life that we love unconditionally, like the most, that then we can share with the most people. And then also in the prayer, they talk about, forgiving yourself and others for their trespasses. That's cycle breaking and vibrational reality creation, where if something bad happens to you, bad shit just happens. It does happen, but you respond to it in a negative way. You are telling the universe that you want more of that. Whereas if something bad happens and you choose the loving response, now you're going to start the upward curve that goes like into infinity, essentially, where you keep choosing higher and higher loving options, and you keep getting more and more loving opportunities into your life. Whereas you can experience it the negative way as well. And this is what we're seeing right now, where people are crashing out because they've chosen the negative path so many fucking times that now they just keep getting more and more of the negativity, and they're refusing to change the cycle. They're refusing to change how they respond to it. They just keep reacting in the same way. Bambi, does that cover reincarnation? I could go on like how our souls get blasted back in here, but I don't know. All that stuff's interesting. I don't have the full picture yet, but there's only so much that I can handle at a time. It doesn't matter how much I meditate. Like, my consciousness still is taking time to expand out. And it's a lot. It's a lot sometimes. And I feel insane. Mhm. Looks entirely different. What about free will? Uh it's like one of those yes and no's. Like, we absolutely, you can do whatever you want anytime you want. It's more so the question of, did you already select that? Like, your higher self outside of time and space already has seen this entire existence that you have before you even started. So that's more so the question of free will, because everything happens. There's no coincidences at all. Like, when you get, like, do a couple shroom trips, you'll see what I'm talking about. Where, like, things just are so synchronized perfectly for, like, everyone through in certain ways, and you're like, holy shit. And sometimes people, like, if there's a karma event real quick where you give out bad energy, you get it back real quick, you start to wonder, like, huh, like, is that person that did that random? Is that experience random? It's like the energy you give out comes back, but it's just because this is like a giant, beautiful cosmic play that we're all playing in. And so we do have free will to make decisions, and it's beautiful. But all of those free will decisions, even that arguing with yourself, like, oh no, I'm gonna get the universe on this one. I'm gonna go do this, and then you do something else at the very end. That it was already pre-baked in. So we have free will, but it doesn't really matter either way, if that makes sense. It's not one of those things that, like, you should worry about, I guess. Like, oh my God, are there strings attached to me? No, it's just your higher self already has chosen for you to be wherever you're at, and wherever you're currently at has led you here, which will now lead you somewhere else, because a part of your soul probably was saying, like, I don't know what to do with my life. And now you just had some crazy guy that doesn't wear deodorant, a bet of me, online tell you that, hey, whatever that passion is that you know is your passion, and you see the imagination, you can visualize yourself doing it into the future, that's what you should do. And you should remove obligations from your life, or things that you feel like you're obligated to do, with things that are like an opportunity, and then just walk your life with a loving approach to everything, realizing that sometimes, life gives you lemons, and your choice, and the meaning of the saying, like, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, is just to say, like, choose the higher path. And then the more you choose that, you'll hit that point, that break point, where it almost seems like the universe is completely working in your favor. Oh wow, pure man fun. Well, I eat like very healthy, so my sweat is it's lethal to like women, especially my pheromones, and I guess gay men, any men that are attracted to me. Probably most people would like my scent because there's almost no processing, all natural type soap. Um, my diet is pretty much carnivore, and I drink water. I don't drink sodas. I very rarely drink alcohol. Don't smoke. Sometimes I partake in the weeds, but who doesn't? Who doesn't have fun? But I genuinely, I'm a big believer that like the sweat that comes out of your body, if you have like healthy eating and healthy habits, and you take care of yourself, and you get like some proper exercise, drink a lot of water, it smells good. I think the only people that have bad smelling sweat are just the ones that have way too many energy drinks and are drinking like poison, and they're eating poison because our bodies can't break down all that processed garbage. They really can't. And that's why we get so inflamed when we have processed foods. And I used to be a man whore when it came to like processed foods. It didn't matter. I'd go down on some gushers. I'd get weird in the Taco Bell drive-thru. It is what it is. But the next day, it smelled like I just got done fucking a goat. It's crazy, wild, absolutely insane. Mm-mm-mm. Just give me a sec here. Bambi. Hmm. Oh. Gotta take out my ponytail. Make me go crazy. There we go. Sheesh. I actually feel so much more comfortable that my hair can protect my ears from these fucking things. Ah! Yeah, I see my little dog sitting back there. He's like, Dad, let's go outside. I'm like, boy, it's like 100 degrees out. But I'm probably gonna call this in like 6 minutes. I'll make it go till 3. So if anybody else has questions, hit me with them real quick. Make them light if possible, or about like I mean, really, any questions. I don't really care. And we'll finish up, take my dog out, and then I'll probably write chapter or two, and then we'll see what's going on the rest of the night. I don't think I'm going to post anything tomorrow. I have a funeral. My grandma passed last week, so I gotta brush up on Ecclesiastes, because I gotta get up there. It's gonna be Father Duffey, Father Brian. It's gonna be a fun time. Yeah, rest in pepperonis. Absolutely. You know what's the crazy thing is there's a lot of people, and I understand death is serious and people take it way too seriously, in my opinion. But like my grandma, she was 94. Like 94 is crazy. That's awesome. That's a long life. And she was without my grandpa for about 17 years. And so it was strange because there were so many people that were so focused on like, oh yeah, let's try and keep her alive for a couple more days. And I'm like, she's been begging God to take her for like the last 15 years. Like pretty much the second my grandpa went, this woman, she was so horny all the time. She'd like hit on all my friends. It was hilarious. But it's because she was like, I don't have grandpa anymore. I just want to like ride his face in heaven. This is shit that my grandma would say. It's wild. You can see where I get some of my tendencies from. Is from that. So it should be fun. I'm gonna definitely have a good time. I'm gonna crack some jokes. I am the type of guy that at a funeral, my job is to make everyone laugh and transmute that pain into love and see that nobody ever truly dies. It's all just an endless journey. You will see them again, and you see people that you love because you're close to them in other people. It's kind of like at the highest levels of things, you kind of see like Jesus in other people, and you see like the beauty of life. It's the same thing with like you could have like a grandparent or a loved one that passes away, really anyone, and certain tendencies that they have, you really start to appreciate that more when you see it in other people because it reminds you of the person that you lost. um and so it's beautiful how death does that. It kind of brings you more compassion and more understanding in life and more gratitude for everyone in your life while you're still here. Sometimes you need somebody to die for you to truly start to appreciate the meaning of life, which sounds fucked up, but eh, is what it is. Got your talent. Strange. Yeah. Shoot. Do you have a specific weight loss question? Or that's actually what's funny is that's actually what I'm writing my first book on. I'm gonna call it Shapeshifter. And it's gonna be about weight loss. 240 pounds. Are you would you say like a more skinny fat, or are you like a mesomorph or an ectomorph, endomorph? The three different body types. Like, do you put on fat easily, put on muscle easily, or are you like 240 thick, right? I put muscle easily. Okay, so that's important to know, at least for me, because what I'm sort of Actually, I might just read some of this off. Like the first chapter, I focus on the 5 levels, but I still maintain some muscle. Okay, so you're probably like you're probably an endomorph mixed with a mesomorph, where you can put on muscle pretty easily, but then you don't um you don't like work out. So that's probably just a natural genetic gift, which is great. Um, all right. I do have a playlist. I think I've posted it before because after I get off, you can look up a couple guys. Let me find them real quick for subliminals that you can listen to. That will be part of it. You have to change your thought process first. And so, as I like to call it, there are 5 levels to reality creation. Level 1 is the identity, which is the architect of your reality. Level 2 is core beliefs, model for reality, the matrix you may build in. 3 is belief thoughts, blueprints for construction. And then 4 is emotions, feelings, that's the builders. And 5 is behavior slash actions, and those are the sticks and bricks. It's pretty apparent that I used to build homes, right? So, where most people get lost in the sauce when it comes to losing weight is the fact that they're stuck in their old identity. So, when I've talked to people at the gym extensively about it, they're like, "Oh, well, I'm fat. I've always been fat. I'm big boned," and they constantly are focusing on the reality that they're currently experiencing instead of putting their focus on the other reality that they want to be at. And so I always tell people the first place to start is the identity, which is the architect of your reality. Imagine if you were building a building and you're saying, "Hey, I want a different building." You would first change off the architect. You wouldn't just go after the sticks and bricks, which is like the brick and mortar, or you wouldn't change out the builders, or you wouldn't go after the blueprints, because all those things are controlled ultimately by the architect first, which is the identity. So if you want to lose weight, you have to change your mindset from being overweight to sitting in the present moment in the chair with the universe of saying, "Hey, I am fit." And you have to keep repeating it, and it's going to seem like you're crazy for a while. This is what I did when I originally lost all the weight, because I lost about 90 pounds in 7 months when I was in college picking up intermittent fasting, which also intermittent fasting is a route you can go. But when you shift your reality into being the fit version of yourself, you're going to start to notice that that bleeds down into the core beliefs and the model for reality that you've built for yourself. So the architect ultimately designs the blueprint for the home, which is you, that you are going to build. However, that home, the castle in the sand, must be built within the confines of a sandbox. The sandbox are the limiting beliefs, the core beliefs that control your subconscious or your conscious thoughts. So as you shift your identity from saying I am overweight into a fit person, you're going to start to notice that your conscious thoughts are also going to start shifting. Because before, where most people get lost is they just try and affect the physical reality. They go out and they say, "I'm going to work harder. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to run X amount of miles. I'm going to start eating healthier." And then they can do it a little bit, and then it's really fucking hard. The weights are really heavy. And the reason they're healthy or heavy, not healthy, is because it's out of alignment with the overarching identity that you have accepted about yourself. So if you at the top level of thought are overweight, and then the actions you're taking are working out, eating healthy, drinking more water, going on walks, they're all out of alignment with this. So you have to go after the identity first, and then after you hit the identity, then it starts bleeding down into the play system, the playground that you build in. And that's when you're going to have to start doing a lot of mental work, transmuting some of those negative self-limiting beliefs. Any belief that is limiting to you is probably not a good belief to have. Water is 100% the antidote to grounding. 100%. Yeah. Water and salt. So important. Love them. But other than the matrix portion, which is like the sandbox, just kind of rewire your thoughts. And that's mainly the beliefs thoughts, which is the blueprints for construction of your house. You're going to start to have the old identity of you pop up. So if you've had bad habits in the past that now you're like, hey, this doesn't fit my lifestyle anymore, I've changed my identity, that old habit is going to appear. It's going to lash out at you. And you can choose to meet it with a lower emotion. You can get angry at yourself. You can get anxious. You can act out of fear. Or you could choose the more lovingest response and change it. So I'm going to look up some examples real quick that I'd written out. Okay. So your belief system subconsciously, while being the fat identity, may have some beliefs such as these. So these might be some of the old ones that you have. Getting fit takes effort. Effort is hard. And these are going to be a chain. This goes through. Hard is something I don't like. Easy equals comfortable. Comfort equals happiness. Therefore, I can't lose weight because that would be uncomfortable and would lead me to be unhappy. I don't have the genetics. Fit people are dumb. Like, and the list can go on and on for this as well, like endlessly. But I'm going to change some of those thoughts from above to the new ones. And this is what you're going to have to do. I am fit and moving is natural to me. What comes naturally to me is easy for me. Easy it is to move, comfortable I am. Yoda. Uh, what makes me comfortable brings me great happiness. Losing weight is easy as moving is natural. Activities to embody my natural state flow to me with ease. So as you shift your identity, your thought process will change. Some of the sandbox that you've been playing in will change. And that's more so what the book is going to focus on. And the advice I give to you now is I'm not that person that's going to tell you what I do, right? Because that's what I enjoy. That's what brings my heart happiness. And the important thing is to align yourself with the fit version of you. Try and visualize the end goal. So I would go into a meditative state, just release and set an intention that you want to see. Ask above, say, hey, what would I look like at 180 pounds or whatever the desired weight is that you want, whatever that is. So you'll start to get some visualizations of that. And those will be the shoes that you need to put your feet in from now on moving forward, because that will guide you to the activities and the lifestyle changes that actually fit your soul. Because just telling you do X, Y, and Z exercises is not going to make you lose weight. It's going to get you stressed the fuck out. That's what it's going to get, because it's not you, right? So you might be a swimmer, whereas I'm a weightlifter and I love yoga. Okay. You might be a hiker. Maybe you're a biker. Maybe you just like going on walks with your dog all the time. That's kind of what I do. I walk my dog in the morning. I walk after I eat meals. Also, after you eat meals, we'll always walk for at least like 15 minutes afterwards. It's incredible. Helps with digestion, reduces inflammation. But you have to realign those thoughts and beliefs first. And then from there, you can work on the next level, which is the builders of your reality, because everything is manifested. It starts first as a thought. And then when we attach enough emotion to it, that's sort of like emotion breaks down to energy in motion. So you take your thought, you attach a positive emotion to it, like, hey, I'm looking the best I've ever looked in my entire life. And I love that for myself. And that now is going to guide you into the action stage. The last thing you have to do is the actions. Whereas most of the time we do it backwards. And this applies to literally everything in life, whether it's work, whether it's working out, getting in shape, getting relationships. We try and change our reality by going out and trying to change the world instead of realizing that the world is an effect of us. We and our thoughts, our beliefs, our emotions shape the world that we experience. And based on the emotional state of well being that you're at and who you are on the inside, life is a mirror to that. So if you want to really change your body, change from being overweight into the fittest version of yourself, you need to change that identity of yourself. You need to smile at the mirror, and then the mirror is going to smile back. While we're incarnated in physical bodies, it takes a little bit, but um, it it will speed up, especially when you focus heavily on what you want. Don't ooh, don't focus on the current reality. Like, don't over fixate on the scale. Don't over fixate on, if you have flab, or worrying about, skin or how it looks. Don't worry about any of that. Kind of turn a blind eye to reality around you. And you have to focus, like Haiba's saying, like words are magic, and you have to like align yourself. You have to sit in the chair. The universe gives you whatever you want. The issue is most people get stuck with the importance on what they want. They have a desire, but then they have so much importance built on having the desire, and that's telling God, it's telling the universe, like, hey, I want this, and he's like, well, you can't have it because you're saying that it's outside of you. There is nothing outside of you. You're not even fucking here. You're just an awareness that is here. But I will give you whatever you ask for, but you have to ask for it correctly. And that's how you ask with your thoughts attached to emotions, and that manifests your reality. So you have to sit in the chair of being fit. And then after enough lag time, after you crucify yourself as that identity, as that reality, it will come to be in the physical world. And then, as far as, I don't know if this would work for you, but if you are a little bit heavier set, I would recommend doing multi-day fasting. 3 days is incredible. I've gone up to 7 days personally, and it was great. I lost like 20 pounds in a week doing that. And really, all you have to do is just go to the store, get some pink Himalayan salt, mix it in with water. And then if you have like a good filtration system, try and remove some of the other stuff too. Like, clean up your diet as far as like the processed foods and shit. Try and switch to a carnivore based diet. I'm not saying carbs are bad for you, but I'm saying if you do eat, you can fill yourself up a lot more, and you'll be a hell of a lot more satiated eating things like eggs and meat and tunas, because those have a higher nutritional value. And then if you want the carbs, you can eat them, but get them from things that are like fruits, like natural fruits, very good for you. Watermelon is incredible for dropping weight, and it's good for hydration. And yeah, fiber as well. Just don't get your fiber from like the bullshit sources like cereals and stuff. Like, stay away from that. And sugar, you can eat all the sugar you want if it's natural sugar, but the processed garbage sugar is not good for you. And this is coming from somebody that used to drink two fucking, like this size, you guys know, like the gas station. I used to drink two of those a day of like Diet Coke. Okay. In college I was like 270. I was a big boy. Yeah, but also honey increases testosterone as well. And your body, you'll start to notice if you have any like disease or signs of aging or anything, any skin abnormalities, even your clarity will clear up as you get further into a fast. The hardest part is to break into starting to do a fast. Eric and I did I think intermittent fasting is in the title, but we were sitting on the couch talking about all the different fasting routines that you can go through for like 2.5 hours. So I would watch that. It's really informative. Eric is shredded, by the way. Now he's got like I'm not that shredded, but I'm your build, so I feel more natural being like beefcake because I'm around like 190, and I'm thinking at some point here I might bulk back up. So we'll see. But also, I feel healthier not being as low body fat. Like, you don't need to be like shredded to the bone unless that's what you want to identify as. Like, if you want to be absolutely lean, but I noticed for myself, my testosterone feels the highest. My energy levels are the best when I'm between that 12 to 15, and I'm probably higher than 15 right now, but like 12 to 17% body fat. I'm gonna read some of these. Hiba, you are lighting me up. Let's go. All right. What do you think of paradoxes? Paradox, like you'll have to ask me. I'll do a live stream or something again this week because it's a lot of fun. But I have to get good at like sending a note or something so people know that I'm going to go live. Otherwise, it's just like you have to be online, I guess. Have you gone deep into family systems and how it's governing the planet on a macro level? Family systems. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Like belief systems that you get from families, like your parents? Because I agree with that. I think everyone's programmed from the time that we're little kids. I think we're all programmed to be asleep. Every day is only getting better and better. I say that every single day. Albert Einstein says it best. He says compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, and it works for positivity and negativity. That's why I'm a firm believer, even though I post online, right? I'm a fucking hypocrite, but I will tell you to your face that I'm a hypocrite, which is the best part. Because I post online, but I tell people like, hey, don't spend as much time online. And if you do, don't let other people's words affect you, right? Because that can really hurt you. We're all hypocrites. Yeah. Yeah, we are. I used Facetune to try to get myself to imagine me being better and looking more like how I felt was more aligned, and damn, it worked. That's a good fucking idea. That's a really smart idea. I've always kind of relied on just the imagination and trying to see what I would look like when I was leaner. But if there's an app that can actually lean out your body for you, that's really, yeah, because then you could focus on it. You could like print out pictures and just hang them everywhere. So it's like you're seeing your fit version of you. That's really smart. Give your brain, oh my God. Little kid inside that's waiting for presence and acceptance from self. Yeah. We all have that. You can spend your entire life running from it. And then life gets so much easier when you just like, fuck it, dude. I'm going to let go. I'm going to be like a little kid again. That's how I feel now. I'm like a little kid again. I get to do, this is fun. Like I'm writing a book about fitness and genetics and psychological rewiring instead of doing home construction, budget analysis, costing stuff. Like that's what I was trained by society to do. And that's what they valued me for, but it's not what my soul values. And that's like the little kid inside of me. The little kid inside of me just wants to go back and play on the playground. And when I see other people, other kids suffering on the inside, when they're like overweight or they're overburdened or they're over anxious, I've always just helped them. And I did that when I was a little kid. And then because I had a lot of traumas from when I was young, I forgot about that. And that's kind of what led me to just do like the whole bullshit. Everything is black and white numbers life. And then you wake up. it's a lot of fun. Oh, I have super lentil recipe. Since I started eating, completely upgraded my cognitive abilities. I eat every day and it's filling as fuck. Yeah, Haiba, can you share that on any one of my videos, please? I would love to make that recipe because I have not experimented too much with lentils. Are you Indian by chance? Are you vegan or have some vegetarian? Moroccan, okay. No, I know it's so funny, but like some of the healthiest places in the world are it's everywhere other than the United States. Like our culture, being an American, is like McDonald's and like barbecue and fried foods. It's fucking insane. It's so bad for you, but it's so addicting because they put so many preservatives and like all these little drugs and additives into it. But it's crazy how we just stray low in frequency. Yeah, yeah. I would agree. That's why we have so many mental health problems. Even with like the Netflix and all the stuff that we have outside of us, a lot of the color schemes that they use are red, yellow, and orange, which are the three lowest frequency colors that we have. And so we get stuck. Like when you see the color red, you're more likely to have lustful thoughts come in or thoughts of insecurities, lack, limitation, stuff like that. Or you think of like the bad guys, like we've been conditioned into it. And so it's crazy with mental health. And then also you see online, like you could be really killing it at your job. Like, let's say you got a degree, you know what you want to do. You want to be like a nurse or something, and you come out of school and you're making a pretty good wage, but then you turn on your phone and you see some like random fucking 16-year-old that's already a multimillionaire for whatever they do, which is great for them, but comparison is the thief of joy. And we need to like not let where other people are on their own path sort of dictate how we feel about our own, because that's it's kind of rough. It's like really rough. Wait, what did like totemism? I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm still reading through comments slowly. Totemism? I should know this if it's related to shamanism. A guy probably yes. Yes. To answer your question about siblings, I have one older brother, and that he's the main reason I'm writing the book, because him and his wife will not listen to me, and they will end up, if they stay on their current path, most likely dying in their 50s or 60s. And they have two kids, and I don't want to see that happen. They're both overweight. So I figured the best way to help them is to get to the point where I write something and they're fucking forced to read it. Right? So, because otherwise they just tell me to like shut up. They're like, "Oh no, don't talk about that." Or he gets mad because he knows anytime you get mad, it's just a dissonance between your conscious beliefs and the subconscious or the soul truth of the situation. So, if I'm like, "Oh, you're overweight. It's very unhealthy." He's consciously been telling himself long enough. He's like, "Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll be fine. Everything's fine." But down here in his soul, he's like, "Motherfucker, you need to do something about this." And then instead of having that good reaction where he'd be willing or understanding or see that I'm being loving towards him and I would help him, he takes it out on me via the form of like anger, typically. And he gets very heated very quickly. What do you mean by we're getting dictated by kids themselves? Find their families. I would say it's kind of been hard like my whole life. I've always been like hyper aware of things. I wasn't necessarily aware of my own happiness, but I'm one of those like empaths to an nth degree where I feel other people's emotions so heavily that when I was younger, I being more narcissistic, especially when I was younger, because I could read people's emotions, I would use that against other people. And then when I'm an INFJ too, as well. Yeah. So it's like you could use that against other people, but then you get slapped in the mouth enough times and you realize, like, hey, you know what? This is really harmful and it's only self service and it's not fulfilling. I'd rather just like make other people happy by helping their emotional states of well being because I have a mastery of these things myself. And so, I mean, it's like, it's so much fun, but also I've been the black sheep my entire life with everyone in my family. And I have a large family on both sides where they think I'm absolutely batshit crazy. And what I always tell them is, you'll call me crazy, you'll call me insane, but you will never say that I'm wrong. So, am I just a little mystical, a little magical? Who knows? Who knows? I want the best for everyone. Oh, yeah, I agree, Haiba, with the leaders that we have. I can't remember. I'm gonna have to do another reading. I want to do a Gospel of Thomas this week. Read some more Jesus. Um, but I can't remember in the book. It's probably in the Book of Revelations that they talk about a millennial reign, and that's really what we need. Is like I don't know if it's gonna be somebody like me. Although if God could just like drop me in the White House, that'd be great. Type thing or whatever it is. I'm sure there's a lot of like-minded individuals that can see that like mutually assured destruction is the path if we just keep fighting each other and having all these bombs and bullets and wasting things. Like if you took all the defense spending and you spent it on the proliferation of housing and crops and abundance and the school systems, and then for the jails especially, my idea with the jails is you commute most people's sentences down, assuming that they learn a trade, and then you take trade associations and you pair them up with jails so that the people in the jail, and then you pump frequencies like loving frequencies, so it raises their frequency so they're out of like that lower states of fear and anger and violence. You get them out of there first, you teach them some of the self-worth, self-love things so they can start to remember their true self, their kid self, and then you teach them skills like hands-on skills, whether it's welding, whether it's carpentry, whether it's steel working, whether it's electrical work, plumbing. You teach them some sort of skill, you give them access to books, so then they can be actually integrated back into society instead of what we currently do, where it's like, hey, we're going to throw you in here and we're not going to teach you anything. We're just going to disconnect you entirely from society. And then when you get out, now you're disconnected. You don't have any connections at all to anybody. You don't remember the technology and where it was at, and you're not going to be able to integrate back in properly, which is going to lead you back here because you're going to be forced due to lack, due to not having money, not having shelter, to committing crimes. And that's what they want right now. The negative people in charge. They really like that shit. Shenron. I thought family systems were the ways people define their families, like totemism for primitive societies. I'm gonna have to look into that more because totemism. I thought totems were like kind of like an idol of gods that they would worship, and then they would kind of like not necessarily always make sacrifices to, but they would like get energy from these. They were almost like conduits of energy, and then through the prayers that whatever the culture was, they would be saying, they would think into existence beneficial miracles from these totems. So like idols do sort of work, but the issue with like idols in general is when people put too much importance on the idol instead of understanding like the quantum mechanics of it, and that it's all from their own personal thoughts and belief system. So just make sure you fill your life with as many beneficial belief systems as humanly possible and pare down as many of the self-limiting belief ones. Dionysus and Christ are the same person. Did you know this? Are you talking about, yeah, Dionysus, the Greek, was he the Greek god of fertility and wine? The party boy? Yeah. They did that through a lot of religions. Yeah, I think it was Osiris as well from ancient Egypt, and Krishna. Krishna was a carpenter. Osiris had 12 disciples. They were all born on the 25th. I saw somewhere, I think it's because of the sun, which I mean symbolism, the son of God. You look at the sun in the sky, it goes like retrograde for 3 days or something around that date. But I'm not too sure. But yeah, it's I see the golden strand of truth woven through all the religions, and I think where we get lost in the sauce is sort of we've been trained to idolize the image of Jesus, and we shouldn't be idolizing something outside of ourselves as the salvation, because the salvation comes from within. You know, in the book of Luke, I think it's Luke 17:21. He says the kingdom of God is within. So we should stop looking outside of ourselves. And even in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus says, he's like, hey, if heaven's in the sky, then surely the birds will get there first. If it's out in the sea, then surely the fish are already there. And he's kind of like cracking jokes at the disciples, like, yo, by the way, it's inside. And yeah, Christ is light, crown chakra. Dionysus is supposed to be underground, root chakra. I believe that we ought to worship a middle of the two. I was interested in looking at that. I have the codex for the Golden Dawn, the Order of the Golden Dawn, and I believe they have a specific meditation in there for the middle way. And I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it too much, but I sometimes do the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, which like cleanses and banishes evil from your house, kind of neutralizes it. So I'll do that in visualization. But it should be a lot of fun the next couple months or years. I think society as a whole, with all the juice coming in right now from the sun, is going to wake up, and people are going to actually start looking for information like this. I would love to see it if there was millions of people watching this right now. I think this is so much more beneficial for society. I know that's not being egotistical, dickhead, but I do think this is more beneficial information because I'm very positive than the shit that usually we have jammed down our throats. And it's insane. Closing one eye and processing reality using one of the hemisphere first. It's the opposite side, right? So if I wanted to focus on the right hemisphere, I would close my right eye and just look through the left. I thought it reverses inside the head with the what is that called? The CFS, central, or is it the RAS, the reticular activating system? Cerebral something. I think that would be good, though. I think that would widen awareness. But in general, I think everything overnight could almost change if we started doing like Imagine like daily meditations for everybody, and we actually focus on a lot of that stuff, like step into our higher selves and listen to higher frequencies. We finally go to war with the music industry and say, hey, we know the Rockefellers are behind this. Stop changing the frequency behind the music to ones that cause anxiety. Same thing with the food. Stop putting poison in the foods. Allow people to wake up. I'm gonna have to look into more of the eye science. I don't have any books on it. I have Evolve Your Brain by Joe Dispenza, but I don't think he talks about the eye in that one. I feel you on that. I'm an experimenter too. I love like experiment, especially in visualization. Oh, what time is it? Oh, what's up, Shang? Always good seeing you. Oh, I get to kind of hallucinate in the patched eye, and it's sick. Huh? Is your art better when you do the patching? What did I miss? We've been here for like 3.5 hours. So a lot. We went a little crazy today. Did some dating stuff, and then it started going off the rails. We were talking about souls, life path, kind of manifestation, weight loss, identity shifting. And then we got really out there. We talked about some religious, esoteric knowledge, some spirituality based science. I didn't touch on anything like, I don't think I did too much on quantum mechanics or anything today. We talked about disease and how it's dis-ease of the energetic complex of the body. So that was good. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to like download this, and then I can recut it up and release videos. I don't know if people would watch that, but I'm assuming like sure, if people fuck with my energy, I'm sure they'd watch it because it's a little weird like to just go into a live stream sometimes because they're quite long, and sometimes people just want like that scalpel of knowledge or something. Not that I have a lot of knowledge. I just talk mad shit. But I'm in alignment, so apparently there's some credence to the shit that I speak. Ancestors and the memories in your DNA. Your ancestors are always with you. Befriend them. More with the flow, less calculated. Okay. To patch. Okay, so that actually makes so much sense because I'm pretty sure the eyes go to the opposite hemisphere of the brain. I don't know if you're about to hop off, but I'm just thinking a thought through real quick. So if you patch your right eye, it kind of shuts down the left hemisphere of the brain. That's not going to be where the input's going. and the right hemisphere of the brain is God's hemisphere of the brain. The left side is like the lizard brain. This is where all the damage that we do to ourselves is done. It's the logical, analytical side. But if you're completely tapped into the right while you're doing art, that makes so much more sense. That's the right is like the creativity, the land of milk and honey. That's where we should try and increase neurogenesis and neuroplasticity as a society. It would make everything better. But that's like oh god, who was it? Simon? It's like the parable where in the with the fish, Jesus says he's like, yeah, cast your net to the right side. That's what he's talking about. He's like, if you want to have all the abundance of the land of God, milk and honey, cast the net to the right side. That's the creative side, whereas that left hemisphere, because it's so logical, our egos love that side because you can think of like, oh, what are all the benefits, but also what are all the downfalls to everything. And so you get in your own way instead of just letting the magic happen and just living from that child state of being, which is kind of what we all need to return to, is just acting like little kids again. That'd be the most fun, right? Because when you're a kid, anything's possible. Like I'm pretty sure I accidentally manifested, well, I didn't manifest, but my nephew, I taught him visualization techniques. He's like 4.5. And then we went to the store and we saw 2 fire trucks because that's what he wanted to see. He's a little kid. Um, and I just started to think to myself, I was like, okay, so I told him to close his eyes and visualize the time that we're spending driving to the store, and he's seeing the fire trucks go by. And he said to me, because I asked him, like the sirens were going, and I was like, did I just teach this little fuck to manifest random ass fires? Like that's crazy. So it is cool. How confident are you with your own personal conclusions of like concept you come up based on facts you would have earned? Are you saying facts I would have earned by uh like books and reading and oh yeah, yeah. Learned concept you come up with based on facts you would have learned. See, that's the thing. I'm kind of in the stage now where I'm trying to de-wire a lot of the shit that I've learned because it is important, but that's somebody else's truth to a degree. And so if you completely are like endlessly outsourcing your own consciousness to somebody else to come up with your reality, then it's never going to be perfect. But I do see it as somebody else's divine path. Like if somebody is a high level author and they write a book about something and they're in alignment, I listen to that. And I agree that ownership is an illusion. I think we're all given things from our higher self, and all those higher selves ultimately are the same person. There's no duality, it's all non duality. So the idea of ownership is insane. It's just our egos trying to fight for marbles that all belong to ourselves. And it's like we're all the same person. So it's at the end of the day, it's just like help as many people wake up, and then society gets infinitely better because we all have different like light codes or conscious codes or divine gifts. I would agree. But that's also you have to still play the game. So like I'm writing what I'm writing because there's a lot of bad information, I'd say, in society that we're programmed with. So, like help people, other people wake up. it's not necessarily just for money, but like helping others. So then that when they break those chains that bind them, they're going to break them from all their ancestors as well. They're going to set their bloodline really free from all the past integrated knowledge and conclusions that they've had sourced down heretically. Yeah. No, that's funny what you're saying about a shaman is doing copyright with their channeling. It's like we really all like we're all copying from something, but I can't remember where it says in the Bible, but there's absolutely nothing new under the sun. Everything has been thought before, everything has been done before. We're just re-experiencing it. And I think this is like just a giant experiment, like a giant game to see how long you can suffer for, how far you can be snapped away from source before you snap back. All right, let me see this recipe real quick. It's gonna be fire. I know it's gonna be fire. Is it spicy? I hope it's spicy. You are amazing for how in depth this is. Oh my God. This is perfect. Because I've been looking to like do like a soup or something. Because I eat a lot of meat. Like I do like steak and eggs almost every day. Because that's like my favorite thing. Or I'll do burgers with a over easy egg on top, or steak salad. I'll do in the cast iron. I cast iron all my steaks, but I'll cube it up and do like a spinach salad, and I get a avocado oil ranch dressing, and it's really good. But it I'm trying to remove as many like oils out, which is great. I feel like a primitive cooking this. That's how you know that shit slaps. Like that's how I feel when I cook like steak and eggs. It's just like easy. And it's same thing with like sourdough bread. I've had somebody put me onto it recently, like that 4 ingredient sourdough. I'm like, oh my God, this is so much better. And then I'm not inflamed afterwards. I don't feel gross. So yeah, natural going back to your roots eating is the best. It is definitely how we should be for the most part as people. But then again, to each their own. I just think on a large scale, most people will eat for some portion of their life what it is, a certain level of processing and the junk food, and then they're going to start to realize and make the connection like, hey, I feel like shit, maybe it's the food. I recommend you washing your lentils if you don't want to be constipated for a week. Really? They block you up? ISTG. I don't know what that means. I'm just reading through this entire. And this from the serving sizes, this seems like it would make a good amount of food. And it looks like it's incredible for inflammation and fat burning. She got the turmeric in there, got the cumin, you got zucchini. Yeah. Good for testosterone, good for the skin. You got garlic. Holy fuck, dude. Maybe I should send this recipe out. I might send this to my brother and be like, hey, make this. And they're like, nah, too healthy. Can I add andouille sausage? I'm like, no. No. Please just eat it as it is. It's okay. Yes. I'm going to make this first for sure. And then I got to figure out how to like film and do cooking stuff because I want to do that as well. Oh no, I'm not gonna order him. I'm more so like with recipes and stuff, I just send it to him and I'll send him like a picture after I make it myself and be like, "Hey, by the way, this was fucking delicious. Like you need to try this." I agree, Shane. I think cooking stuff would be fun. The only reason I haven't done it yet is the camera because I cook with like such high heat and things that are so time like intensive. um, I don't want to suffer myself with the flavor of the food because I'm too busy filming while I'm cooking and like the angles. And so I think I would need to most likely have like a girlfriend or something and be like, hey, by the way, you're on camera duty. Or my mom could retire and it would be like that saying from when I was a little kid, like, Mom, get the camera. That'd be insane. She'd be like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. I know because all my siblings are stubborn as fuck. Yeah, dude, siblings, bruh. It's crazy. Are you able to have a fan to make wind the other side? Wind the other side when cooking. Are you saying so it's not too hot? Oh, I mean, I have my hood over because I do it on the stovetop, but there's still a lot of like I guess steam or grease smoke that comes up, especially like the cast iron. Like I'm a slut for the cast iron. So like usually I won't wash out the inside of that thing until I've cooked like at least 10 steaks in it because every single time I cook in it, it adds more of that like flavor, more char, which is really nice. But because of that, you have all the excess spice that comes off the meat. So yeah, it gets super smoky. Um, mm, but skincare, I could do something on skincare because I don't really do anything for my skin. I just go outside. Oh, oh, thank you. Oh yeah, yeah. It's crazy. I used to look like 5 years older, if not more, than I do right now. When I used to vape, and I used to drink way more. And the second I stopped drinking as much, and I got it under control, and it's just moderation, it's a much higher frequency because now when I drink beer, it's because I love the taste of the beer. Whereas before, I would drink it out of like lack because I needed some fulfillment from the outside. And I'd always get more inflamed. My skin would look terrible. I'd break out with like acne and shit. And then same thing with the nicotine. I was absolute fiend
for nicotine, but I got addicted to it when I was like 14. So happily now I'm off everything and I pretty much just drink water, and I occasionally, like, I had beer last night. I'm gonna go out for drinks tonight, going out with a business owner. So that should be fun. Nice cougar. Watch her watch her just pop up in the chat. She's like, "You motherfucker." Yeah, I'm looking at your picture, Shane. Like, your skin is glowing on your picture. Dude, it's definitely like, it's so good when you stop doing it for a while. That shit, I wish I never got into it. But then again, it's like you live and you learn. It's good to go through it because then you can help the other people that suffer from that problem. Yeah. Yeah, the vaping is bro, I feel you. That's how I kind of feel that way with weed now. Like, when I was sort of more depressed in my past, weed would make me feel better. But now, because I'm clear of all the other addictions, I'm always like up here. And then it feels like weed kind of brings me down. So now it's kind of like getting to the point of like getting rid of everything. And like my happiest, best version of myself, low key, is me photosynthesizing and just getting sun like 3 days fasted. It's crazy. Yeah, I agree with the opening your energy to other worldly spirits. It's like a portal getting opened. I can't remember where I saw it, but somebody was relating cigarettes to ziggurats, like the old sacrificial sort of like pyramid. I'm not sure exactly what you'd call that. Not a pyramid; it was a ziggurat, but it's kind of like a human sacrifice. Like, you're opening a portal to that. And I can't remember what god it was, but a lot of the symbolism on the packs of cigarettes, you'll see like camel, they almost always have pyramids in the background. And so it's always that same symbolism before, where it's like you're sacrificing yourself to some egregore or entity outside of yourself, which is not great. Not great. Although it is weird how I've known people that have smoked like their entire life and they don't have negative consequences from it, and they're still wonderful human beings. I think it really is like how strong your own belief system is about stuff, and not getting psyoped by the bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, like, if you smoke, you'll get cancer. And then if you believe it long enough and you smoke a few times and you really have a strong belief, then you'll manifest that cancer really quickly because you're like you're like the crab. Like, that's why I always say the crab from astrology is the Cancer sign. And the reason it's the crab is because it's like the bottom feeder of the ocean. Like, you are focused on the negativity. You're at the bottom of the barrel. And so that's why you get the cancer, is because you're worried and fearful of something coming in, some negative consequence. And that's what you focus on entirely. Kind of like in the, I think that was earlier, like Socrates slash Plato. I can't remember which one, like the cave, where it's like, hey, here's the picture and you're going to focus on this. So weird. Hmm. I completely agree. The self-loathing. There are some people that genuinely just love smoking. Like, like I think it was Alan Watts. I love Alan Watts, but he always smoked like pipe tobacco. And some of the like the oldest guys, like tobacco is a huge thing in many cultures, and so it's not bad to smoke tobacco, but smoking the processed stuff for sure is more negative. But when you're just doing something like you're talking about the self belief around it, a lot of the times you pull a cigarette because you're addicted, so you're doing it out of a state of lack, not like you love it. You love the experience. You love the taste. But it's hard for a lot of people with the addiction to not, because that's how it was with a vape, dude. I would go through a vape in like 2 fucking days, like one of those 2,000 puffers. That's wild work. I'd wake up and I'd be, and then middle of the night, I could wake up at like 1 in the morning and I'm gonna go take a piss and I'm just ripping the vape like an animal. And it's like crazy. It's like Jesus, dude. It's like slow the fucking roll. But I think if you were able to like control it, then it's like that's when you don't face consequences. But I'm sorry, I'm not Jesus. I can't like I don't know. We need to go back in time. Give our boy Jesus a vape and be like, yo, don't get addicted to this. That'd be hilarious. Some Christian somewhere is punching the air over that thought. They're like, that is sacrilegious. Like, relax. Jesus has a sense of humor. God invented trolling. So let's have some fun. Yeah. I was the same place, Haiba. Exact same. It was awful. It's Heba. Huh. I like that. Hee hee. Shamona. Shamona. Hee hee. I love that. All right. Well, as much as I'd love to stay, my ears are absolutely killing me from having these on. And I need to go walk the pupperooski. So I'm going to end the stream, but this has been nice. I'm going to definitely do this some more and probably next time bring some material to start it with. But this has been so much more fun. Like just filming the videos. I mean, unless I'm reading something, it's kind of cool. But all right, I will see you, Heba and Shane. Catch you next time. I'm going to post before I do it so more people will be able to join in. But that will be cool. Thank you for those kind words, Heba. Doing my best. All just doing our best. All right. I'll see you guys. Love you. Namaste. Take care.